Super enriched. Oscar, wasn't expecting you on because of the recent video. The power. Yeah, I'm struggling for power, but we had a better day today than I expected. So let me just do the intro and we'll get on with it. Okay, folks. This is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a homeless guy, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, someone who lives on the streets, rough, on the streets or in a field. I missed my lines there slightly, didn't I? Okay. Okay, folks, you want to have chat enabled. If you're watching this while it's not live, you want to have live chat replay. And all of us, including myself, which I have neglected, need to pick live chat or all messages rather than the default top chat. I am operating tonight from my tablet, which doesn't have the best picture quality in the world, as we discovered previously. And also, the tablet doesn't have 5G, although it does say 4G plus up in the top corner, but that keeps dropping to 4G periodically. But I've had to switch to this. I've had to turn the phone off. The phone is way too power heavy, way too much of a power drain in these tight situations. So let me recap for anyone who hasn't seen the videos. Tuesday and Wednesday, I started seeing weather forecasts suggesting 4, 5, sometimes 7 days of no sunshine. And I live on a, in a field, in a tent, off grid, you might say, like any tramp. But I've got a solar panel and a thing called an EcoFlow, which is a battery and a inverter, gives me the power out of the battery in forms that are usable. But I can manage a day and a half, maybe 2 days at a push with no power, with no input, with no solar. That would be stretching things. And suddenly I'm faced with 4 or 5 days or more with not just no sunshine, but rain. So I'm having to eke the power out as much as I can. Now, yesterday was supposed to be the last day with some sun. That didn't happen much. On top of that, my EcoFlow messed me around. Woke up in the night and had 40%. Didn't use it, and the next minute it was on 0. It just lost it. I think it's a calibration issue. I think the batteries need balancing or recalibrating. Now, there is a procedure, but it involves fully charging, fully discharging, and fully charging without using any of that power. It's winter. I don't get a full charge in a day, really. And certainly I need to be using my power. So the recalibration sequence is an issue in and of itself. Now, yesterday, which was supposed to be the sunny day, I got from 0 to 33%. As I said, I had to stop using my phone. I take the SIM card out of the phone and put it into the tablet, which is data enabled and can actually just work as a phone. And last night, not only was I not using the phone, I had to use I always use the power management, the battery saver kind of features, but I had to enable the most strict feature, which limits the number of apps, limits background tasks, basically turns everything off. I was listening to audiobooks and obviously had the screen off because that's where your power goes. Your power goes on the screen mainly. So audiobooks and screen off just to eke out all of that power. Made it through the night quite comfortably. Could have gone another day actually, according to gives you a readout on the screen when you use that most severe power management. It was predicting like 1 day and 10 hours or something. And I only had about 30% charge on the phone at the time. So yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with this, with the tablet, with the way it uses power. If I take 4%, maybe 5% out of the EcoFlow, it will add 30% to the tablet, and every 10% is 1 full hour of full video, full internet, screen on, and everything. Obviously, you go the power management route and go audio with screen off, lasts a lot longer. So that was yesterday and last night, where I was supposed to have sunshine and it just didn't happen. Today was no sunshine and rain all day, according to the weather forecast. That didn't happen. I got more power into the EcoFlow today than I did yesterday. Now, it was spotty, slow to get going this morning, patchy, breaking through heavy clouds. Not really sunshine, just a little bit brighter, just not as thick a cloud. So some of the ultraviolet or whatever. I'm not sure what wavelength power a solar panel. I keep meaning to look that up. But whatever it is, got through and started giving me a drip of power. Now I've had to ride it and manage it all day. So, and I'll explain why. If I've only got if I've got less than 15 watts coming in, the EcoFlow can't use that power. It won't charge from 14 or less. What it will do though is pass it through to the USB ports, so I can plug the tablet in. But as soon as there's 15, 16, 17 watts of power or above, the EcoFlow could charge. But it won't if you're using half of that power. If you're using, say, 5 watts, and you've got, let's say you're using 6 or 7 watts to charge a tablet or a phone, and you've got 21 watts coming in, you need to have that 15 net, 15 clear. So 21 minus, let's say, 7 that you're using on at least 14, that 14 watts then goes to waste. So then you have to unplug the phone so that those 21 watts all go into the EcoFlow. So when you're on this low power situation, there's a little bit of finagling with it, a little bit of monitoring and managing. And that's where a lot of time went today. And then suddenly, 30, 40, 50, 60 watts coming through in short bursts, 30 seconds or a minute or two at a time. And then big, dark, heavy clouds for a couple of hours. And then a little break and a half hour of good sun at the end of the day when the sun's a little bit weaker. But I think I've got enough to get through, certainly until tomorrow, and probably through most of tomorrow. Now, the weather forecasts are a right nightmare. They're up and down like a fucking yo-yo. Some say there'll be a couple of hours of sunshine in the morning. Other forecasts say not. And then half an hour later it changes, and that forecast says no sun all day. No sun all week at one point. Also, the rain forecasts. Sunday at one point was going to be 37 millimeters of rain. That's a lot. Each millimeter is 1 litre per square meter of water falling. Once you get up to 38 and 40, that's classed as kind of, I think that's classed as very heavy by whatever systems or measurements that they use, categorizations they use. So I've got to keep an eye on that. And but it's the power management. It is the power management. Yeah, folks, if you haven't already, you might consider hitting the like. 2 hours tonight. Our sound is less muffled than with the phone. Yeah, less muffled, but the video is not as good. Yeah, so there's a playoff there. There's a. Would you prefer good audio and ship video? I mean, it's just a tramp talking to a screen. Video probably doesn't matter that much. 2 hours tonight, asks Keith, Sign of Nature. I might go longer. I'm going to monitor my power and see how it goes. At the minute, I'm charging from the EcoFlow, and it hasn't really taken much, and it's topped the... This is what worries me. This is what makes me think it's not calibrated right. I've talked to it from about 50% up to 87, and it's not really moved on the dial. Down from 55 to 53% on the EcoFlow. And we'll see how it goes, folks. If I hit 30% on the EcoFlow, I'll probably call it at that point, because I'll need that. If I have to go all day tomorrow, and maybe Sunday as well, it's going to be tricky. So we'll see how it goes. Roger's in the house. Hello, Roger. DJ Son. Cold out here. Where you are, further south. Yeah, I don't know. It's not too bad here because we're expecting the rain. There's quite a bit of cloud cover. Although when I just walked to Tina before, it was clearing. That's kind of been the pattern the last few days. Cloudy through the day and clear sky at night. It's ass about face. It's the wrong way around. Oh, did I not say hello to Mr. S, Mr. Sharafja? Hello, my friend. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just took you for granted. There's Fama. Hello, my friend. Fabrizio. Hello, everybody, everyone, everybody, everywhere. Oh, yeah, Mr. S. How's your dad? Can you use mirrors to make the PV panel more efficient? No idea. I got a dog, and so every mirror I've ever owned has ended up broken. If you look back to my OnlyFans video, don't worry, it's not what you think. I had a huge mirror. Came with a dressing table that somebody dropped off. Some kind of dealer had picked up a dressing table by the bins, just thrown it in their van and driven off, and then realised there was no bottoms in any of the drawers. And she just pulled up to me, acting like she was doing me a big favour, dropping off this chest of drawers and dressing table mirror. And then she sped off, and I thought, that's a bit strange. So I checked it over. There was no handles on the drawers, and there was no base inside any of the drawers. So, yeah. But that was like lying around camp for a year or so. So I can't use mirrors to make it better because I don't have any. But there wasn't really that much. Most of it wasn't actual sunshine. It was just shining through clouds. It was just brightness. Family's doing better. Good stuff. Is he back home? Yes, welcome to your own stream. Frank Nadobity, hello, my friend. I don't know how long you've been there. It's been a hard day's night and I've been working like a dog. Beatles lyrics. Scrolling. Zami's in the house. Hello, Zami. Mr. Shirafsha. Frank got out early. Glad I caught the stream. Well, let's hope I can entertain you for a couple of hours at least, assuming you have the time. Okay, I'm up to date with chat. What we're going to talk about now, folks, I vented about my problems with weather forecasts, which really are the bane of my life when we get to these situations. There's two that I rely on, and I have a third that I use as a what do you call it? As like a deciding vote. The one when you just type your area, like the name of your town and weather, you just type that into Google. So for me, Torrevieja weather, that doesn't update through the day. They start off in the morning with a forecast, and other than clipping off the hours as you get through the day, it doesn't change, it doesn't update. So if it says cloudy all day and you're sat there basking in sunshine, it does not change. The other one seems to change every 5 minutes. The other one was just whatever icon was installed on my screen when I got the devices. Android weather or whatever it might be called, I've no idea. But that is up and down. I mean, that one's changing all the time. A little bit annoyingly so at times. But yeah, the worrying one really is the Sunday the fact that if there's no light tomorrow and then Sunday is as wild as it looks like with the wind and the rain, 37 millimeters they've mentioned at times. They're currently saying 14. I don't know. I generally, if it shows more than 10 millimeters for a day, I start getting a little bit concerned. If it gets anywhere around 20, that's usually kind of a danger signal from what I've got used to. And when you start seeing numbers like 30 and 37, that's crazy talk. Especially when you know that the drainage ditch is clogged. Yeah, an exercise bike plugged up to the get the dynamo going and recharged. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've seen videos where people do it. They have to work for years on the gearing, from what I can tell. It looks very difficult to make it actually viable. But he called the guy that topped himself a few weeks ago. He had a go at one as well. What was his channel called? Oh shit, that's terrible. I can't remember his name. Another one of these tinkering channels. He was always messing with generators and magnets and gears and things. Kind of a triple-barreled name. Let's see if anybody got it. He committed suicide a little while ago. Put out a video timed for the day that he died. Set it up to go in 24 hours and then topped himself that day. What's his name? And I haven't got a secondary device to go and look it up on because the phone's turned off and put away. I cannot. I watched him all the time and I almost never missed a video. White hair, Englishman. Yeah. No, it's not going to come. Yeah. Still miserable in the UK. We might be going to war with Putin, according to Starmer. That shocked me today, that the government are still saying we're beginning to prepare for war. A government should always be prepared for war. You make sure that you've got all the resources, the production capabilities, the supply chains, whatever you need, should always be in place. This was why this globalism was never going to work. You're getting all your stuff from China, and China might be the ally of the country that you go to war with. Suddenly you haven't got any of your fucking... All of our bullets come from abroad almost. It's a matter of national security to keep certain industries alive. Coal. We allowed our mines to flood. Once you stop working a mine, it floods. And that coal seam becomes useless in the medium to long term. You have to pump it out and keep it dry for kind of fucking 30 years before you can start using the coal. In a war, you're suddenly not so bothered about carbon footprint. You need the capability to produce power, to power steel mills, to produce steel, to build ships. We've lost all of that. That's all gone. Coal mining. The mines themselves are knackered. The coal miners, there's a generation gone by. We haven't had any miners for a whole generation. If you did start mining again, you'd have to drag back some 60-odd-year-old grandpas to come and train the 30-year-olds. Steel mills have all gone, almost. We get all of our steel from China. What's the company called? Tata? Shipbuilding, the shipyards are all gone. The arms manufacturing, we only do small arms. We can still make guns, but not in any quantity. They're almost like hobbyist companies now. I could rant. I just did. It's no good waiting until you might almost be at war and then saying, ooh, we're preparing to start preparing. We're planning on preparing. What the fuck does that even mean? Ah. I think if Putin does go to war with Britain, I think it'll be a single nuke airburst thing to do maximum damage in a localized area, a large localized area, but one area. I don't see the world going full nuclear war, and I don't see boots on the ground from Russia here in Britain. I don't think they've got that capability at the minute. They've lost, is it millions of soldiers? Millions in Ukraine, and that's next door. Their supply chains are stretched. They're having to, they're struggling with recruiting, and even with conscription, they're struggling. All their young'uns are all over here. Well, they flooded the rest of Europe to get away, to avoid conscription. I don't think Putin could put boots on the ground. So then you're looking at missile strikes, possibly non-nuclear, and they've been researching scram jets and scram rockets, whatever, haven't they, for a while. You want to get 5 to 10 Mach 10 or Mach 5 and above to avoid being intercepted by. And there's the other thing. Britain started talking earlier this year about like an Iron Dome, an anti-missile protection system. Why have we not always had one? We're one of the most technically advanced countries in the world when it comes to science and engineering capabilities. Not so much production anymore, because they've let that slide, as discussed some moments ago. But we should be right up there. And we're not. It's a fucking disgrace. And a lot of it just goes down to globalism. Oh yeah, we'll get foreigners to build it on the cheap for us. Who are you going to go to war with? Well, foreigners. Oh, that might not work out. Are they going to be selling you the bullets that you need to fire at them? And the tank shells? Bah! Gets me. There's Barry. Hello, Barry. Yeah, I don't think you'd get people voluntarily signing up for the military to go to war for Starmer. Technicians and people that can push a button and launch a missile, yeah, but not boots on the ground soldiers. I don't see that happening at all. I mean, he's got to be the most hated prime minister ever, and he doesn't know. And the Labour Party are carrying on as if they're God's gift. It's ridiculous. They're just blinkered. Blinkers are blinders if you're American. Things that the horses wear so they can't see out the side, so that they race in a straight line. Too old to be enlisted. They took our gun. Yeah, they took our guns away. We haven't had any since probably post First World War. Was it they started taking guns away from Brits? Because you had a generation of trained soldiers who were then on hard times and armed. So you had mobster style problems in the post-war years. Yeah, and carrying on into the 50s, I guess, but yeah. National security England ain't got any. You can land on beaches in boats. That's bad. Yeah, I've agreed with that from the start. Yeah. If you can't even maintain your borders, how do you keep enemies out? How do you know there haven't... If a bunch of amateurs just on a speedboat can come over, then what could actual enemies do? actual trained, if you had like the Russian equivalent of an SAS or an SBS coming over in submarines or proper real boats, or parachuting in, or driving your fishing boat over the telecom lines and then just, I don't know, have lifeboats come over the side of your fishing boat and come and land. We're so open and vulnerable, it's a joke. Just scroll back a few and make sure that I haven't missed anything. Okay, Tata is India. Okay. Or maybe it's not as bad then. We're more likely to be able to maintain stable relationships with India than we are China. Although they're next door to each other and fight occasionally, don't they? They do share a border, don't they? Probably quite a long one. Took over and ruined Dutch steel plants as well. It will happen to everybody. Hello, Terry. Yeah, it will happen to everybody. That's globalism. If you don't keep an eye on it, if you ship all your jobs abroad, every job that goes abroad, especially if it's in an industry that national security would depend on, if you don't maintain a capability to produce steel and to build ships and to build armaments, you know, tanks, artillery, the shells and the guns themselves. Wasn't our last aircraft carrier built abroad? Was it the Queen Elizabeth II? Who built that? Again, folks, because of the low power, I've only got the one device. I haven't got a second device to look any of this up. So some of it I'm talking on the fly off the top of my head. But I've got a feeling that was built abroad. I'm not sure we've got a shipyard anymore that could do it. Not big stuff, proper big military stuff. We still got Vickers in Barrow, and we can still build submarines. Probably only nuclear ones. We probably only have nuclear ones now. Are there any conventional submarines left? Or does everybody only go nuclear for the power? I'm talking about the power, not the armaments. Don't know. But yeah, no coal mines, no miners. The coal seams are ruined, so no mines. No steel works, or very few. Does Sheffield have any? I don't even know anymore. And arms manufacturers, all, from what I can recall, are all low level. I know we've got like BAE and what have you and Rolls-Royce for engines and stuff, but I'm talking about more run-of-the-mill production. You want to start churning out, I don't know, a few thousand tanks a week or something. What do we got? We need to build a ship a week. What have we got? I know those numbers are unrealistic. I'm pulling numbers out my backside. Rockets, missiles. Can we build them in numbers, or have we got companies that can build, one every 6 months? No idea. But it seems that we're too reliant on international orders. Chinese steel furnaces running with coal-powered steam trains. Yeah. Those the big hammers and the big, it was all kind of steam-powered from mainly from coal. It's why in Britain it's why the steel mills were where they were. You got to be close to certain resources, don't you? So you need, I don't know, I'm going to say iron ore and what have you for the smelting and for whatever else. You're going to need the coal or coke or whatever you were running off back in the day. You needed the canals for moving it around once upon a time, or later on, the I guess the motorway systems, the highway systems. It's all about logistics and resources, and and having the capability and managing all of that. And we've just let other people take those jobs and those factories and those, you know, those jobs just go elsewhere. I don't think we could stage the Falklands War nowadays. If a small conflict like that happened again, I don't think we could handle it. We don't seem to have enough boats anymore. Ships, boats, whatever you want to call them. Both. Floating on top is a ship, isn't it? And submarines are boats. There's probably finer distinctions than that, but that's the big one that I remember. Yeah, until a few years ago, China was terrible for coal and probably still is, with all those cities that they were building everywhere and the power requirements of moving everyone from the country into the cities for the factories and everything. They do seem, from what I've read and heard, they do seem to be jumping on the bandwagon with solar and other renewables. You know, outmatching us, outclassing us for solar and things, but they've probably still got a lot of coal in the background for the base load and what have you. Yeah, I mentioned that I think the other day about the Russians. We worry about Russian nukes, but how maintained are they? After the Iron Curtain kind of came down, Berlin Wall and the rest of the Iron Curtain fell, Soviet Union dissolved, a lot of those countries that had launch facilities were calling for international assistance to maintain and keep. So security in terms of actually securing the fucking launch sites, but also security as in the stability of the materials, the weapons grade, uranium, plutonium, whatever they have, different strokes for different weapons, isn't it? So yeah, maintenance. Whether Moscow is maintained, I doubt it. But they will keep some minimal level of them at some usable percentage capability. You would imagine, unless they're as dumb as our politicians. Jasper, hello, my friend. I heard Cadbury's chocolate made a Wedel, Poland, and tastes like original Cadbury's. Yeah, that was the other thing, wasn't it? When Cadbury's went abroad, was it Americans that bought it? Changed the recipe straight away. I don't think Americans realize how much of their chocolate smells like vomit. It even tastes like vomit smells, because smell and taste are linked at the back of your throat. But yeah, we let things like that. Hundreds of years. How old was Cadbury's? Nearly 200 years old, I think. And we let that go abroad. Do you mind changing the subject? No, I don't mind. We can move on if you've got other topics. Does the UK have a trade deal, and how long will they keep it? Yeah, we have trade deals with all sorts of countries, but if we go to war, which was the topic, a lot of trade deals will suddenly be broken, won't they? Governments, blind as governments have done that since there were governments. Yeah. Jasper says no Lister Petter. Again, I don't know what language you're typing in there, Jasper, or whether there's a typo or two throwing me off. Just read an interesting fact, says Frank. A shipyard in Maine could build a new destroyer in 17 days back in World War II. They still make destroyers to this day. Yeah, I would expect that their capabilities are down a lot from peak World War II. Okay, Mr. S wants new topics, folks. What have you got for me? I can prattle on quite a bit once you give me a starting point. I'll find a tangent from a tangent. I am in your hands when it comes to these things. Hello, Lee. I've seen your name before here, haven't I? You hope Tina's okay. We haven't done the intros because she's under the covers, and I don't. This tablet doesn't have a light on the other camera. It's also an even lower quality camera than this one. Hey, babe. Would you mind if we tried to say hello to the peoples? I'm sure that this lamp is starting to fade. That's too bright. That's the middle. I'm gonna see whether I can introduce my girl. Let's see whether we can. But yeah, to answer your question, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. In and of herself. I met a lady today that we used to know down here. You don't see her that often anymore. And she was asking if Tina's getting any better. And I had to explain that there is no getting better. Hey, babe. Hey. You're not going to say hello to the peoples. You're just going to lie there nonchalantly. She was until I just disturbed her. She was under the covers and she had her head partially on my hip joint. Which cable was it? It was that one for the light. So yeah, she was like nuzzled in the crook of my my hip. Plug this back in. Where am I for power on this? Well, I'm 92 on the tablet. 92 would get me 9 hours if I wasn't broadcasting and didn't have the screen on bright. But still, it's only registering us down to 52, folks. I'm worried that when I'm doing like low power output, charging phones and things, I'm worried it isn't registering correctly, which might explain why the other day it thought it still had 40% left and then it went to 0. Because LFP, lithium iron phosphate, the curve for the voltage curve stays very flat. It stays at its proper output voltage, and then drops off a cliff at the end. So it's not like you can track how the power of the battery from the voltage output. You need carpet walls for insulation. Hold on. Jenny Cool asks, what's going on here? I'm a guy in a tent who lives in a field. He's talking to the world. You're most welcome to join us. Yeah. My friend, who was it? Was it Jasper? Saying I needed tents for walls, carpets for walls. You ain't got to change nothing sitting in the field solving all the world's problems. This is true. But we can still discuss them and give our opinions. We're entitled to have an opinion. There was Frank. Was it Frank asking how Tina was doing? Someone else did as well. That was Lee. Hello, Lee, again. Could we see Tina, please? We just did, I think. I hope you saw her. She's just here in bed next to me. I think she was getting a little bit too warm. She'd gone nuzzling under the covers. And now she's got her head out while she cools down for a moment or two. You need carpet walls for insulation. The tent is starting to buckle. The roof is starting to pull down and go wide and pull down. So when I walk into the other room, the other bedroom at the other side of the tent, my storage room, I have to duck now. Things are getting a little, so heavy carpets would not be the best idea right now. The tent is approaching the beginning of the end stage. It is the beginning of the end, I would say. I think it's 7, maybe 8 months old now. Maybe not quite 8, probably 7 months old. It's been in continuous use all that time. Most tents that I've had would develop serious problems around that stage, big splits in roofs or in walls and stuff, and then I'd have to start patching. This one's lasted longer because we kept the old tarpaulins over the top all along, kept the sun off all through the summer. So this one's, I think it's got a while to go. I think it'll get through winter. No problem. But the walls are quite kind of porous. Not liquid wise, but the wind blows through them. I think it's meant to be a summer tent. How old is the EcoFlow? It's about a little bit over 18 months. Maybe 20 months or so. Got in the March or the April, not this year just gone, but the one before, as far as I can recall. Which is probably why it needs that recalibration process. It's just I can't power it up and discharge it out without using it while I'm powering it up. To power it up twice while not using it is a little bit impossible for me. I just think it probably got unbalanced at some stage, or like I suggested before, sometimes when you're doing low powered stuff, like if I'm charging AA batteries, it doesn't register any output when clearly there is. If I plug 3 AA batteries in, it'll suddenly say 3 or 4 watts, which means more than 1 watt per battery. And then just one on its own isn't registering. 2 sometimes doesn't. And some other small things like my lamp here just wasn't registering. So maybe it just loses track if you do a lot of low powered charging. I don't know. I can come up with theories, but there is a process for recalibration and what have you. Would a caravan or trailer tent make life difficult? I think so. I think it would bring the authorities down on me. It would bring like complaints from the locals, and then police visits. Camouflage in this exact spot isn't so easy because, I mean, there are bushes alongside me, and then it's just me, and then it's kind of an open field. What have you got planned for Christmas Day? Are you expecting visitors? No, I'll be spending it alone, I would imagine, me and Tina. Plans are in the couple of days before, because I'm going to do the European thing and have Christmas on the 24th, and then I'm going to do it again on the 25th. Current plan, weather dependent, blah, blah. But I can prepare some things like the roast potatoes, stuffing, maybe even either turkey, chicken, or I might even go with rabbit. I can do these things a day or 2 before now that I've got the fridge freezer. As long as I've got enough power to run. I probably wouldn't freeze things after I've cooked them, but they'll stay for a day or 2 in the fridge as long as I put it on a cool enough setting. So I'll prep some things in the days before, and then on the evening of the 24th, I'll have a nice sit-down meal, and again on the 25th. I might even splash out on a paper tablecloth at the supermarket and sit down at one of my tables outside, clear some space and sit down and do that. That's kind of the generic plan, the general plan. I've still only been shopping once so far this year. I've got to go back a couple of times in the run up to Christmas, make sure that I've got everything I need. Got to go in the last couple of days before Christmas for things like parsnips and sprouts. I might end up with frozen sprouts again, like, was that last year? I think that was last year, yeah. But trying to cook on the one gas ring, the logistics are not easy, and if you have a windy day, blows a flame about and it doesn't cook as easily, doesn't cook as well. Yeah. Now I might, a couple of days before that, I think I was discussing, was that with you guys on, was it Monday, Tuesday? When did we do, we did one of these this week sometime. I may do some kind of open house if there's anybody in Torrevieja who wants to come down. Come down, bring a beer or a bottle of wine and sit and chat. I'll probably knock up some hot dogs or burgers or something. Yeah, lead acid batteries. I know you have to. You can't take them down below 50% really, but that's why I've got LFP, liquid iron phosphate. Yeah, not liquid, lithium iron phosphate. Fuck, I knew I got something wrong. Life poor 4. Empty derelict buildings around your way. There's an empty one here, but it's been worked on by builders. But I'm not a one for breaking into buildings and doing the squatting in a building. That's a step too far for me. Been discussed many times here or hereabouts. It's just not. It's just not my way. And in winter, the buildings here can be colder than being outside. I was discussing this. Who was I talking to a while ago? Oh, it's Kathy Mack on Twitter. Her house is cold. Her apartment is cold. If you don't, you have to crank the heating up all the time. Spanish buildings are built to radiate the heat outwards because summer gets hot. But it means that in winter the buildings are quite cold. Trying to make a holiday meal for one is tough. Yeah. Now last year I made for 2, but. Yeah. I did a cut down version because I didn't really like the other guy. Jenny Cool says she has a spare figgy pudding. Now bring out the figgy pudding. Now bring out the figgy pudding. Now bring out the figgy pudding. We'll all have a piece. Glad tidings we bring to you and your kin. Etc. etc. Flat roof camping. Gets windy sometimes. Don't know, mate. I've been here 3 years. This is my fourth winter in this field. I think we're fairly settled. The police have finally left us alone for the best part of a year. It's over now, isn't it? Is it? No, it probably isn't. I mean, we got those 2 or 3 visits in quick succession, but some of that was to do with some paperwork, and we had 2 visits from novice cops that were new to the area. Once they got the message that their boss had been here trying to move us on and he'd failed, they left us alone. Just told them to go and talk to their boss. There's an arrow saying that there are more messages, and I can't see any more messages. I'll do the switch to top chat and back to live just in case. It does jam up sometimes. No, I'm here. I am here. So yeah, Christmas is going to be interesting, but this year I've got the fridge freezer. It's a camping fridge freezer. It's just a box, but like a cool box, but powered with an actual compressor. It'll go down to I think it goes down to minus 40 Celsius. It doesn't matter, does it? Minus 40 is the same in both. But yeah, I've got that. I got the Eco Flow, which I guess I had last Christmas, but probably didn't make best use of it. I got a little bit of money in PayPal, so I'll probably be okay. Thanks to you guys and the donations. Couldn't can I do that from here? I don't think I can. Oh, it won't even show me that message. Have I got any of my mods in? It wouldn't let me pin the begging message, the PayPal link. It wouldn't let me pin it. I don't know whether that's a problem my end because of the low power modes that I'm using, or if that's just a YouTube glitch while I was setting up streams and promoting the stream. I'm not sure what's happened here. Stuff's uncovered that shouldn't be uncovered. I don't know, folks, but yeah, I've downloaded. So on the both the tablet and the phone, I've downloaded all of my Christmas music. I've downloaded a few films that were on the phone, I think, rather than this, but most of them are on my portable hard drive. Should I cover this one? I don't know why, but it's a bit of a Christmas tradition to watch a lot of Elvis films over Christmas. I do like a good Elvis film. I don't know. Does it mean I'm a little bit gay? I like, in the run up to Christmas, I like all of the Hallmark films and romantic holiday crappy films. I know they're crappy, but do you fancy home swaps for a few weeks in Spain? Somebody comes out here and I go back there. Passport issues would probably be an issue, wouldn't they? It's not a bad idea. I'd like the break. They wouldn't let, if I got out of the country, they wouldn't let me back in, but I probably won't get out and I'd probably end up in the cells over Christmas. Based on the last time I went to the, wasn't aware Elvis was an actor. Yeah, he did a lot. What was his manager? Colonel Tom Parker signed him up for a long run of films, and they were all cheap, shitty. He's walking along and he just suddenly grabbed a guitar and burst into song. They were, most of them were a little bit kitsch, a little bit camp, but they're kind of romantic, semi-comedy. Yeah, they're all right. Viva Las Vegas was a classic. I can't remember the lass's name. She died a year or two ago. Might even have been this year. What's she called? They called her the female Elvis for a while. Oh, yeah, no, some were okay. Some were not so good. Frankie and Johnny should have been good. He had the girl out of Beverly Hillbillies in it. But the picture quality, the sound quality, and just the writing and directing weren't great. Even the filmography, the film, what's the word? Yeah, something like that. It was a bit janky in the end. Donna Douglas was she called? The blonde out of Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah, good. So let's recap. Slushy, romantic, crappy Christmas films like The Holiday. A few action films. Lethal Weapon. The Lethal Weapons films are Christmas films. Don't care what anybody says. Die Hard, obviously. Die Hard 1 and 2 are Christmas films. In my head, Groundhog Day is a Christmas film, even though it's set in the middle of February. It's got snow on the ground. That makes it Christmas. Shut up. Obviously, you've got to watch every Scrooge or Christmas Carol type song, type film that you can find, including the Muppets. There are a few others. The Bishop's Wife. Is it called The Bishop's Wife? I think it is, with Cary Grant. You've got to watch. Any Jimmy Stewart film, but in particular, what's the big Christmas one? Is A Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life. You got to watch that. Preferably late on Christmas Eve or 2 o'clock Christmas morning. Certain traditions, certain things you just have to do. Eric Idle Christmas tune. Not sure I know it, but I do like to hit the Christmas albums. It's not Christmas until you've heard Noddy Holder shout, "It's Christmas." You got to hear Bing Crosby singing "I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas." It's if you get to the 24th or 23rd and you haven't heard Bing Crosby singing "I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas," then you're just doing it wrong. Before Tramp life, I would always make a point of going out for a Christmas lunch somewhere a week or two before Christmas. out at a bar. Don't think have I done Christmas lunch at a bar, at a restaurant? Or I don't think I ever have. But a week or two before, like the works lunch or something, where you would go out and do that kind of thing. I carried that on for years, even after not working. So yeah, certain fixed touch points, certain things you have to do for it to feel like Christmas. These rules are all up for debate at times, depending on your circumstances. You have to have a bottle of Baileys somewhere in the house. That's just a not, you're just doing it wrong if you don't have at least one bottle of Baileys over the Christmas and New Year period. Boxes of chocolates, like a tin of is this Celebrations, this one? It's empty now. That was for my birthday from my friend Karen. You gotta have a tub of chocolates. They used to just call them fun size before they put them all. You used to buy individual pack, not individual, but you'd buy a pack of 10 or 20 fun size Mars bars or fun size Milky Ways. Don't know if they still do that. Now they brand them as Celebrations, make them even smaller, and put them in a chocolate tin. Back home, state TV shows a particularly Czech version of Cinderella on the morning of Christmas Eve. Oh, the Spanish have a thing here where they, what's that short film called with the old lady? All her friends have died, the general and the admiral and whoever, and her waiter, her butler's coming in with drinks, pretending that he's pouring drinks for everyone around the table. There's only the old lady left. He's pouring all the drinks, and every time she says cheers and has a sip, he has to drink everybody else's drinks. And then he's falling over the tiger skin rug or whatever it is. There is a name for it. They have a tradition here in Spain that they watch that. I'm not sure if it's Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, or New Year's Eve, but at some point that has to be taken advantage of. So a lot of countries have these fixed touch points. The Cinderella stories are good. But Danish butter cookies. Have you heard this one, Frank? They're made in India, and there's raw sewage slapped all around the factory. Big scandal a few months ago, maybe just a few weeks ago. The Danish butter cookies in the blue plastic tin kind of thing. Look underneath, and it says "Made in India," and there's a YouTube video where they show the state of the factory where they're making it. And all the guys in the factory are wearing their best safety sandals. There's a Funk FPV reference. I think it's FPV. I think I've got the letters in the right order. But yeah, no, they are all either in bare feet or sandals while they're scooping stuff out of these bowls, out of one cement mixer into another. Look it up, folks. Look it up. If I remember, I'll try and post links maybe in the description, or maybe if I can make a pinned comment afterwards. Maybe I'll try and remember to do that. Be a criminal act, Christmas celebrations. Maybe another typo or an autocorrect throwing me off that I'm not following the sentence. Tommy Tombstone there, our Norwegian friend, they get that one there. I don't remember the name. It's called something about a lady or a girl is in the name. But yeah, it seems to be widespread in Europe. I'd never heard of it until I got here and people explained it, and eventually one year some friends sat me down and showed me it. It's only about 15 or 20 minutes long. Like I say, it's a short film, but it's very popular in Europe. But yeah, the poor butler running around pissed as a fart because he's pouring like 5 drinks, one for all of the guys around the table that have died, but the old dear is just carrying on and drinking to them, and he has to drink all of the things. He's falling over in the end. Yeah, so that's that. Those are ideas, I guess, for Christmas and what I can and might do. A lot will depend on power, though, won't it? Weather, power. I should be okay for gas, even if it runs out. It's only at the top of the road. I do have cash now as well as money in PayPal. Someone gave me a little bit of cash the other day, so I'm okay for topping up the gas bottle. I'll have to dig the trolley out. Carry it there, okay, but I'm knackering my back all the time carrying Tina around. I'm getting it's not just a backache from the exertion, it's getting a crick in it, it's getting a bit of a twist. Balloon trips from the field, as long as there's not too much wind. You see hot air balloons here occasionally from, I think they come from in town somewhere, or maybe just the other side of the city centre. So balloon trips happen. People go up in paragliders, isn't it? Kind of the hang gliders with a big noisy petrol-driven fan on the back. Then there's jet skis out on the water. Yeah, sometimes there's people out on the paragliders at like 7 in the morning, making all their noise. They're almost as annoying as the drones that fly over with the really high-pitched engine kind of drone. The drones have an engine drone. Was it Hans Brinkler film? Is that like the director or something? I've no idea, and I can't look up. Do you know? I'm going to investigate, guys. There's another app that Scruff Dog uses for when he does something from his mobile, and it allows you to carry on broadcasting to YouTube even as a background app. So that I could, in this kind of situation, I would be able to go off, look something up in a browser. You'd carry on seeing me. I could even share my screen, I believe. So I could share my screen and have an overlay of me in there, and I could go off and look shit up. Whereas the YouTube app is so limited, if I leave this screen, it's gone, it cuts off. Usually it'll let me back in, but yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, the one that Tom's talking about sounds like it. She's a duchess or a countess or something, and there's the butler. And all of her friends, the admiral, the president, whoever, they've all died. And I think their chairs are tilted in, leaning in, you know? But the places are set, and the glasses are in front. Butler pours for all 6 of them, but there's only her there. And then he has to drink all of their drinks. It's quite funny. It's only 15-20 minutes, like I said. Dinner for one, says Jack Attack, my personal researcher and fact checker. Dinner for one does indeed sound correct. That rings a bell somewhere. Thank you, my friend. Cheers. I think that was getting warm from me holding it too long. I do have the next ones in reserve. The farmer will be glad to know that the lamp is firmly secured on top of 3 cans. And as long as I don't throw the empty away, as long as I replace a full can with the empty, it shall remain stable. Ish. It can always attack me and drag the tablet to the floor. Jack Attack steps in, and all of the people from Clive and Scruff Dog jump in to say hello to him, and everyone else here who's got used to him over the months. Okay, folks, do we have a next topic? Do I have any more topics? What's happened this week? I don't think I do. It's fairly early week that I started noticing these weather forecasts. Tuesday, probably. That's kind of dominated my week. And the last 2 days, it's dominated all day, every day. Finagling with the with the solar panel just to try and eke out an extra few watts. When it's on 14 watts or less, plugging in tablets or phones or whatever to use up those watts that won't go into the EcoFlow. As soon as it's on 15 or above, unplugging tablets and letting that power go into the EcoFlow fully, so that watts aren't wasted. If you've got 25 watts coming in and you put 14 of them to your tablet, the other 11 just sit there going nowhere. You got to have 15 net, 15 free and clear, otherwise it won't charge. Is it fair to say you've settled and not going anywhere else fast? Settled is a bit harsh, but I'm in a holding pattern. I'm in a survival pattern. Yeah, I'm kind of trapped, no way out. But in this particular field, I'm being left alone. If I was to suddenly move from here to somewhere else, I don't know that land's free and clear. If I'm on public land, they'll be just moving me on and giving me 24 hours to get fucked and get out of there. Here, I know this is private land. I'm not going to say untouchable, but unless the owner comes along and complains, I'm untouchable. He says it. If I start moving around, sooner or later I end up on public land, and they've got me. They'll be moving me on. And you look around at everything I've built up here, the amount of stuff. I don't want to, when I do move on, I don't want to leave this patch of land in a mess like the other guy did, like Pepe did, the Spanish guy. He basically, his tent fell apart around him. It was full of literal rubbish. Like, instead of using a bin bag, he just threw it all on the floor. That's how he was living in his tent. And when he moved on, he just left it all there. Medication boxes and the silver wrappers that you're pushing out your meds from, and they're all just on the floor. The tent's there split in half, broken tarps just over and he just left it all. It was a shithole. When I leave, I want to take what I can with me, and anything I can't take, I'm going to take it and put it by the bins. That's the plan, at least. If as long as I leave in a way that under my own control. I will try and pass stuff on that I can't take with me to other homeless guys, see if they want it. If I've actually got a way out of here and I'm left with extra tents, my fallback tents, my emergency tents, things like that. But I've got a fucking Queen Anne armchair. I can't just get up, put it on my back and fuck off to the next field down. I'd have difficulty leaving the country because of the courts and the police and the other stuff. There's probably stuff outstanding they haven't even told me about. That's their favourite trick. Arrange a court date, not tell me, and then arrest me for not attending. And it just means they hold me in the cells overnight, let me go the next day. There's no punishment. I haven't done anything wrong. If you haven't told me about a court date, I can't be punished for missing it. And you do have to fucking sign in triplicate kind of thing when they arrange a court date. Funny how when the weather got cold here, it caused people with equipment to realize all those little problems were exaggerated by a sudden change in temperature. You mean if something's wrong, it's suddenly very wrong once it gets cold? Probably. Okay, Jack Attack's solving my other problem where I have difficulty now since the update of finding out how to turn the device off because they've hijacked the power button. Bixby. I don't think it's Bixby anymore, is it? It's a Google AI thing that keeps popping up. But it might be the same setting. Cheers, mate. Until your camp gets gate crashed, you're fine. Who's going to gate crash it? There are other people who've been and gone. I'm in prime position. Other people tend to hide away under the trees and in the bushes. and they don't stay long typically. With the one guy, Pepe was here for a year, but he wasn't even in the field really. He was the other side of the field on the cliffs. My mate Joby comes by and stays for a month at a time every now and again, but again hidden away in the field. Don't get me wrong, it's an open field. There's a lot of bushes and things, so it's not open. There's not that many plots that you could plonk a tent down in. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any right to stop anybody else coming and doing it if they're brave enough to risk having the police on them. I've had a family arrive one day asking me if they could, because they'd come here from another country. They'd used the last of their money to rent an apartment, come out here. They brought their car and some gear, some equipment and what have you. You know, they were moving here permanently. I assume fleeing a war-torn country of some description. And when they got here, the guy that they'd rented from, it was a scam. He didn't own the place. So they'd lost their money. And they were looking for what to do and where to settle. And the mum and one of the kids came here while the dad and a couple of other kids were off elsewhere. And I told them I'd help them in any way I could if they wanted to come here. But I told them that at that point I was getting a lot of trouble from the police and the Guardia Civil. So yeah. What were you in court for? Trespass? No. One was for not having any ID, not showing ID to a member of the council. Not to a policeman, but to a member of the council. But he brought the police with him, and then they demanded ID, and I haven't got any to show them. And so that goes down as some kind of public order offence. Even though I was in private at the time, I think it was an illegal. I think they're wrong. I want to appeal that one day, but that's something else. And there's one thing hanging over from a silly barroom incident years ago now, where oh, this is a silly story. I'm in an enclosed terrace outside a pub, and my dog's tied to the railings. I go to the loo. Oh no, before that. 15 or so empty tables. One table's taken, I arrive, I take another table. The next people in come and sit next to me, on the next table over. The place fills up because there's going to be some live music. They wait until the place is full, and the people sat at the next table to me, they don't ask, they tell me I must move because they don't like dogs. I was sat there with the dog when they entered. They had 13 or 14 tables to pick from. They sat next to me, waited until the place filled up, and then told me I must leave. There was words exchanged, and an hour and a half later, I tie Tina to the railings and I go to the loo, and as I come out, there's a man blocking my way out of the toilet. And I thought it was some sort of kinky sex assault thing that was about to happen. I'm ready to smack him. And then he says he's the manager and he wants me to leave. I say, okay, let me get my things, I'll go. I put my arm out like okay, let me get my... He grabbed the arm up the back, frog marched me out, and then pushed me down a ramp and into a table of his customers. Deliberately just pushed me into a table of his customers. Anyway, then he went inside and hid. His staff wouldn't talk to me. Obviously, I couldn't go back inside. But my dog was locked in the enclosed terrace, in the garden terrace kind of thing. So I couldn't leave. So I couldn't go in and get my dog. They wouldn't talk to me. I couldn't go home. So I stood there and the police arrived. And I thought, oh, good. And the police arrive, one comes towards you, one cycles around behind you. And the police, the first thing he does, he just waves handcuffs, left hand. He just waves handcuffs above my head. And I say, whoa, that's not necessary. Pulls out a baton, waves it above my head. And I said, that's some broma. It's a joke, you're joking. 2 to the arm, 2 to the leg, rugby tackled from behind, and the charges in court are resisting arrest, drunken disorderly, resisting arrest, and punching, assaulting a police officer. Apparently I punched him so hard through his bulletproof vest that he got a bruised chest. That's nice. You can see why they don't wear body cams, can't you? Total fabrication. That's been hanging over me since before COVID. So yeah, I am a violent offender, apparently. Here we go. Keith, your fingerprint is your Justin Rem ID. I still never got a proper translation of that, mate. But yeah. Everyone who was in that bar would swear that I never punched. How would I punch somebody so hard that I bruised their chest through a bulletproof vest? It all happened so. The guys got out of their car, walked up to me about as slow as they could, and the other one goes about a little bit faster and around behind. But literally 15 seconds after he got out of that car, I'm on the ground, hog-tied, and with two of them kneeling on my back after being struck 4 times, 2 to the arm, 2 to the leg, and rugby tackled. And somehow in that time, I managed to punch him in the chest and bruise him through a bulletproof vest. And so for years and years and years now, they keep not giving me paperwork for the court date and then arresting me for not attending. So they don't know where to find me to bring me the paperwork about the court date, but they know where to find me to take me in. And this is why when I went to the airport, I got arrested and marched through the airport, handcuffs, and having to carry my bag and my jacket, and dropped off in a totally different city, not town, but city. After I'm let go, 6 hours later, I don't even know what town I'm in. No money on me. I had no Spanish money. I had an English £10 note in my pocket. Fortunately, I'd put credit on my phone the day before and I was able to call a friend to come and get me. Other than that, I wouldn't have known where. I didn't know how to get out of the fucking building. But no extra charges for not attending. It's not like that's an offence to not attend court if you've been notified about it. Never had anything extra added on. Just keeps giving me a definition of the jus. Jus in rem, living behind, living or being, okay. Living your ID. But yeah, but they've left me alone. Was it the beginning of this summer or last? It must be the beginning of last. They left me alone, and then at the beginning of this summer, I had 3 quick visits in succession. But one was them delivering some paperwork. They delivered paperwork telling me to go to the court to get some other paperwork. And then 2 visits were cops young in brand new uniforms trying to flex their power and tell me I can't camp here. And when I told them it's not camping, it's survival. And when they asked how long have you been here, and they were expecting me to say a day or 2 or a week or something, when I told them 3 years, they just looked at each other and they said, "Oh yeah, your boss was here a year ago, and he spent 5 hours here with 5 of his colleagues trying to get me out of here, trying to find a way to arrest me or whatever, probably onto the land registry to confirm." When I was telling them Tierra Privada, I was mixing up my A's and O's at the time. I probably said Tierra Privado, but it doesn't matter. He didn't believe it, but he spent an hour and a half walking around the field, wouldn't look at me, wouldn't talk to me. And then they just left. So at that point, every time any cop comes ever since, I just tell them that their boss has been already and couldn't get rid of me. If their boss couldn't get rid of me, they're not going to. It's not that I want to be here, guys. It's not like a life I've chosen. I have thousands of pounds in the bank in Britain. Not a lot of thousands, but 5, 6, 7,000, whatever it is. And my bank don't believe I'm me. And therefore I can't have my money until I step foot in my branch. I can't get out of the country. So getting to my branch of my bank isn't going to happen very easily. I asked for alternatives. Can I get a policeman to confirm? Can I get a lawyer to confirm? How about a document from the court or from a judge? And they just said, no, no, no. Present you and your passport and a couple of other forms of ID. Even if I went back to the UK now, let's say I get a passport and I go back. What are the couple of other forms of ID that I'm going to have? I'm not going to have like a gas bill or an electric bill. It's still going to be catch-22, isn't it? Anyway, we push on, we move on. We're going to enjoy Christmas. My dog's disabled. I have to carry her back end. We have a wheelchair for her. We get out and about when we can, when we've got somewhere to go, or sometimes just for a walk. Have we been anywhere this week in the wheelchair? I don't think we have. The last journey out was last Friday when we went to the supermarket. My first supermarket trip this year. I don't know whether I'm proud of that or embarrassed by that. Middle of December, first shopping trip. Oh, today, let's talk about today. Hold on, let me just catch up where we're at. If they want you, I'd offer your fingerprint. Oh, Josie, hello, hello, hello. My friend Josie's just arrived. How are you doing, lass? What was I was going to talk? 3 ladies turned up to. Well, okay. I am absolutely stuffed today, folks. Let me run through things. I made a big bowl of porridge this morning. Just the oats and hot water. Didn't even put it on the hob to boil. I just boiled the water and then poured it into a pan of oats and used the rest of the water to make 2 cups of coffee. So I had those. I had my porridge oats, and 2 coffees. This afternoon, my friend Tom turns up and brings me a chicken dinner. I think it's a carrot and turnip mash with a chicken breast, or half a chicken, I think it is. There's a breast and a wing. I come back inside after Tom leaves. I come back and I've fallen asleep. I've had half an hour's nap, half an hour's sleep. And then I hear, hello, hello. I stick my head out of one side of the tent. Tina's going mad. Tina's going daft. I stick my head out and I can see in the field there's a lady. So I go out the other door. There's 3 ladies stood hesitantly halfway up the field. And they've got a brown paper bag in their hand. Food. You like food? I said, oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, what have we got? Bearing in mind, I've just woken up. And so normally I would ask names and what countries they're from and, you know, what the food is or why, you know, are they leaving the country and is this what's in the cupboards or whatever. But no, it was takeaway. It's Chinese takeaway. There's a loaf of bread, or most of a loaf of bread, and there's 3 portions, 3 tinfoil portions, refrigerated. And because I'd just eaten already with Tom, I ate 1 portion. I've saved the other 2 and the bread for tomorrow. But that was nice. But that means I had my porridge this morning, then I had a dinner with Tom, and then only an hour or 2 later, I had another full meal. I usually eat 1 meal a day, folks. If I make a big bowl of porridge like that, a pan rather than a bowl, I don't have any bowls, I don't think. So this is my eating bowl for soups and stews and porridges. If I make a bowl of that in the morning, that's enough. My stomach has shrunk in the time that I've been homeless. Because I'm not eating 3-4 meals a day. I'm not snacking even most of the time. So to suddenly eat a big bowl of porridge, to have a chicken dinner, it's only, I mean, the dinner Tom brings is in like an ice cream tub. It's a small, it's not Tupperware per se, but it's a plastic resealed tub. But then this food from these ladies, my stomach is absolutely bloated, absolutely full. Josie's tired, needs to go on holiday. Yeah. You should have arranged something for Christmas or New Year. I've got another friend who's coming out with his family over Christmas, I think. I don't know how long he's staying. Last I heard, he'd not booked tickets, but the plan's there. No time off during the weekend to Josie. I was free today. Oh, time off today, but only, what's that, 5:45 until 10:30. Busy with client. Still smiling but tired. That's good. So yeah, good day, folks. When people bring me posh food, not just whatever's in their cupboards as they leave the country. Because I was just woken up, I wasn't as sharp as I should have been. I should have been asking them their names and what countries they're from and why they're bringing me the food, you know. But I think I recognise one of maybe one or two of the ladies of the three, maybe one or two have been here before. Or maybe I just recognise them from up on the main road. Sometimes I see people like at the bus stop or just walking around, maybe up at the Chino Bazaar on the way to the Chino Bazaar. I don't know. Just felt that I recognised them or knew them and maybe I should have been more chatty, but I'd just woken up. I was trying to keep the dog under control. She's barking like crazy, trying to get out of the tent, and I've gone out of the other door, and she couldn't get there anyway because this thing's in the way. My floor is covered again, folks. My floor's covered and my chair's covered. I mean, the food that was left, the 2 portions of Chinese and the loaf of bread are in a carrier bag, shopping bag, just on the chair now. What can you do? Normally I would have put them in the fridge because they were refrigerated. They were cold when they arrived, but my fridge is full. Let's get this finished. It's getting too warm. A little bit like me, folks. I walked Tina just before we went live. And when I got in, I had to take my my snood, my scarf thing, and my jumper off. I was just too warm. And I'm sat here now. We're in the middle of winter, well, middle of December. Any day now. And I'm just in a long sleeve t-shirt. I mean, I am under bed, under covers and things. And I have got a dog cuddling me at the side. She stayed out. She hasn't gone back under the covers. She's just lying here next to me, which is nice. Hey, babe. Can we do another picture for the people who've arrived late? I am on my tablet, folks, so there is no light on the back camera. So I'll try to maneuver the lamp over. Let me see whether I can introduce you, those of you that are late arriving. Oh, I can't get far enough away from her. I'm not zoomed in, but there she is. Hey, babe. She's lying right next to me. Before she was lying with her head under the covers and kind of tucked into my hip, which was a nice cuddle. We go that way. Here she is. Hey, babe. Talk to the people. No, and you've gone out of focus. Tina, stay in focus. No, there's no light on the back on the other camera. Someone tell me, give me a definitive answer. Which is the back camera? Which is the front camera? I don't know my terminology for these things. So I say both every time. Let me just, whoa, hand in front of the camera. I just want to make sure that cable stays in. Where am I for power? Yeah, I don't believe this, guys. So the EcoFlow was on 55 or 54 when we started. It's only dropped to 50. And it's powered the lamp and recharged the tablet. I got the tablet on doing all the internet stuff. I've had to turn the screen brightness up. Oh, Jack Attack, are you still there, mate? Or it's Farmad, the other mod. My first post in chat. Are we able to pin it? I can't. It doesn't show it to me in chat here. I can't see that first message from myself, so I can't pin it, and it wouldn't let me pin it at the start when I was creating it. Dinner for one, Freddie Frinton and May Warden. Yeah, Jack Attack got the name Dinner for One. Yeah, I think he got that a little while ago. It was Dinner for One, Jasper. That's the one that they show here in Spain. Not sure if it's every Christmas or every New Year, but it is a thing. Amongst other, what about weird traditions at Christmas or New Year, folks? Here they do a thing. I think you have to eat. Do you eat 12 grapes, or do you have to get 12 grapes in your mouth at the same time on New Year's Eve? They do a weird thing. I've never done it, but the one facing is the front. The one looking at me, front facing, I guess, because it's facing my face. So the other one, what do you call that? The back camera? That's just the normal camera, the one that would show the other way. I felt a right plonker today. I did a video to I did a clip that's going to be part of a video. I started a video yesterday morning, and basically in the intro I say, this is the intro to a video I hope I never release. Just about this power management and the storm that's coming. At the time it was 7 days without any sunshine, with 4 days of thunder and lightning and 37 millimeters of rain certain days. So I was hoping that the storms and everything weren't going to be that bad and that power management was okay, and then the video would never be needed. But because I'm not using the phone anymore, today's video I couldn't do using the phone. So I stood there out in the field talking to the fucking tablet. I couldn't even hold it in my hand properly. It's all a bit shaky because of the extra size and weight. The awkward shape, you can't just hold it in one hand easily because you can't touch the screen. Will you reinforce the tent? I've got a split in the tent next to the door that's gonna need some attention before the heavy rain comes. If it rains like a millimeter or two, that's not a problem. But 37 mil in one day, with some of it being like 10 millimeters in 1 hour, those would be a problem. So I got to seal that up. I got to lift certain things off the ground, go around, make sure all my electronics are off the ground. The expensive stuff, I want it not just off the ground, but I want it like up in the fucking air if I can. Going to be a little difficult with some stuff. There's a couple of weak points where I might put some extra duct tape, but there's not much else I can do really. Secure, I can go out, my tarpaulins are secured with these big metal grips with teeth. I go out and pull those as tight as I can, bearing in mind the big splits that we've already got in the tarps. Can't pull the tarps too tight or they'll split, and they have gone quite crusty and frangible was the word that we came up with for when plastic goes brittle. Shit, stuff's getting knocked over by the wall of the tent leans in so far that it's knocking things over. Fortunately, it's not the beer can, even though they're in the vicinity. I am still on this first beer can. Let's finish this, folks. Let me get this job done. Now I've got to move the lamp again. I remembered not to crush the beer can, the empty. Put that in the stack of 3 that's holding the lamp. Return the lamp to the stack of 3. make sure that the cable is still in the lamp properly. The lamp has a tendency for the USB cables to slip out. For some reason, USB-C cables slip out more easily than USB-A used to. Cheers, folks. Skål, salud, tjus, kippis. If I don't think my friend Ismo is here. I was chatting with him earlier on Messenger. I don't know if Roger's still here, and oh, if he's here at the beginning. I don't know if he's lurking in the background, or maybe he just came in to say hello and moved on. You need to rummage your skips. You haven't really been out. Yeah, I've got plenty of planks of wood out here, but I've got to take some screws out of them first. But my bed's off the ground. My fridge freezer, the polystyrene that it came clad in, are on the ground, stacked 2 deep, and that's open on those. So that's about 6 inches off the ground, 15 centimeters for metric folk. My EcoFlow is on top of the cardboard box that the EcoFlow came in, but if we had really bad weather, I'd have time to move that up on top of my chest of drawers here by the bed. Most of my devices are off the ground: tablets, phones, etc. Some things I would put in the top drawer here. I would just slide. I would slide important electronics and wires, cables. That's a biggie. It's okay getting the devices off the ground, but if you've left like power cords and bricks, transformers, wall warts, whatever you want to call them, if you've left those laying around all over the place, if I end up in under 6 inches of water in the tent, remember this field has flooded knee deep in my time here. Twice in one day, ankle deep on my first day here, and 30 days later, knee deep. So keeping things up and out of the way of that would be a thing. Getting other stuff, non-electronics off the ground, piles of towels and piles of blankets and piles of coats and other clothes, getting those up and off the ground would be a good idea. Not as easy because they are piled, you know. Okay, Josie, maybe catch you later. If not, see you next time. Sounds like Hurricane Katrina is heading your way. No, it's just a bit of a squall, isn't it? It's just me worrying, I think. I hope. But 37 mil in one day of rain that's not to be sniffed at when you're in a field that's got a drainage ditch that is clogged and hasn't been maintained by the local authorities. And they're not going to come out and maintain it just on my behalf. I'm not the reason it was built. I was kind of in the way while it was built. When I woke up and there's a bulldozer in the field and a backhoe. Yeah, that was an interesting day. Having to go over and ask them, because they were doing all the preparatory work, cleaning a load of land. Again, remember, it's not even their land, but they were clearing the land, and then they started digging. Then bulldozers and stuff was up and down the field, and I'm like, I got to go in my best pidgin Spanish and ask, how big an area are you doing? And I couldn't remember some of the words for like what size. But area is zona, so I'm like, que zona to. I could remember the word for work at the time, although it's just gone now from my brain. So I was asking them, what area are you doing? What? And then I said, mi tienda acampar, my camping tent. I've learned better words since then, but I was asking them in my best pidgin Spanish. I'm over there. Do I need to move? What are you going to bulldoze my tent over? When they first arrived, I thought that's what they were here for. I honestly thought they were here to bulldoze me out of the field. I've just been one of the audio books I've been listening to today while I'm trying to save power and not have the screen on with the tablet in full power saving mode. I've been listening. I've started Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which starts off with his house getting bulldozed, and then the Earth getting bulldozed. So yeah, it's quite apt. I just sort of throw that in there. But yeah, no, I was out there with my best pidgin Spanish asking the workman, trabajo, isn't it, to work, or trabajar, to work. Trabajo, I work, trabaje, trabajes, all of those conjugations that I never got used to. But I was out there asking them, what area are you working, how big? And once I established that I was safe, I got back in my tent. But that's 3 years ago now. But they haven't maintained that in any way. Nobody's ever been back to do any work there. Oh, tell a lie. There was some bamboo at this end of it, and a load of other weeds and things clogging it. And they came along a month or so ago, and they cut down the bamboo, and then just left it blocking the drainage channel, and they left all the other weeds there. So that drainage channel still blocked essentially. The last time we had bad rain, only a third of it got through and across the road to where it was meant to go. 1/3 got out and came down the road and caused damage, and the other third overspilled and came down through the field and flooded the field, kind of, sort of. My carpet in the tent, I've got carpets in the tent, folks. Queen Anne chair, carpets, TV. Got to get the TV off the ground. I'm going to watch it for an hour on Christmas Day. I could even watch it out in the field, maybe. I could put it on the table in front of my Christmas dinner. Sit there with a glass of wine, maybe. Christmas dinner and the television. I could do that. Maybe. Make a video of it. Maybe live stream it. I don't know. What a dick. I've lost myself now. I've made myself laugh and I can't remember what I was talking about. But yeah, drainage channel and stuff. I got to watch and make sure things don't get knackered by potential flooding. Bamboo is needed for nomadic bender. I don't have no idea. I wouldn't know what to do with fresh bamboo. But they cut it down and just left it there in the end of the. So I assume they've been sent to clear the drainage ditch, and they just cut the bamboo down and then just left it in the drainage ditch, horizontal to it, perpendicular to it, across the drainage channel. But all the other weeds are still there. What's weird is 95% of the drainage channel is clear. The mud almost, the soil mud almost just looks like concrete. But then you get to this end, and I guess this is where the water pools, because they'll have built a camber into it, a slope. So at the end of rain, it's just going to settle there, because when it gets to this end, it's expected to go uphill and run away. They want the water to run uphill a little bit before it runs across the road and away to the sea. It was badly done from the fucking start. But now, 3 years later, with no maintenance, it's... And this is why the road, the little track that goes down the side of the field here, this is why it's got big ruts being gouged out of it. When it rained a couple of months ago, it gouged huge bits out, but it left it wet, and then cars going over, wheels spinning, oil pan bottoming out on the road all over the place. The road's becoming a mess. One neighbour will fill a hole with rocks, and then another one comes along and thinks those rocks are dangerous and starts pulling them out of the hole. It's like a comedy show. I sit here watching, I think they both think I'm undoing their work. The guy who fills it thinks I'm the one unfilling it, and the one who empties it thinks I'm the one putting it back. Tina girl, you can't put your paws under my backside. No. That won't work. That's a nice cuddle, though, darling. Thank you. Thank you for the cuddle. So I say thank you for the cuddle. for giving it to me. You're bored, I'm tired. She's kind of fast asleep, to be honest. Kind of fast asleep. What have I got going on here? I can't see the bottom message because of the arrow. I like your tarpaulin shelter. Yeah, if I'd put the tarpaulin on this properly, it would have covered it from ground to ground on all four sides. But I put it on sideways without knowing. So the width of the tent has got the length of the tarp over it, and then it bends under at both sides because I had so much excess. And it still reaches end to end and about a third of the way down on the ends. But that should have been the width. I did it wrong. And this was a new tarp. We kept the old ones on to begin with. But yeah. That's a funny thought. Okay. Nomadic bender. Is that the name of a specific type of shelter? I don't know what nomadic bender means. Yeah. Okay, folks. I am really surprised at how this power is holding up. I don't trust it. It says now it's down to 49%. I said if we got to 30 that we'd bring this off at this rate. What are we? An hour and 46 in and it's used 5%. And that's mainly because the tablet wasn't topped up. The tablet's now fully topped up. I could even, to save a bit of power, I could even turn the brightness back down. It's only my brightness, it won't affect you guys. So yeah. I got to keep my eye on the weather forecasts as well though, because they keep changing. I need to know if there's going to be sunny periods tomorrow or not. 1 minute they tell me that, oh, it's going to rain every hour. And then you look at another app and it says, well, we're predicting rain every hour, but it's only 20% possibility or a 30% possibility in that particular hour. I ignore those. 20% doesn't happen. Until we get to 40, at 40%, at 40% to 60%, I consider it kind of 50-50. Once you get up to 70, 80, 90%, then it's probably going to happen. Then I start looking not just at the probability of it happening, but the actual amount that's going to fall. I have to switch between these different forecast apps to get all the info. So I use 3, like I said. And then, well, I use 2 mainly for day-to-day reference. And then when I need to, I use the one that that Jack Attack recommended, called Windy, as like the decider. You got to have a tie break sometimes. Nomadic bender is a kind of early tent made of willow and canvas. Yeah, willow bends. Bamboo's not so great at bending, I don't think, is it? Tends to be quite brittle. I don't know, Mum. Maybe when it's fresh. I don't know. I mean, this was only, it was less than my height, but so it's not. I know that it gets big, but you never know. I might go out there and if I'd had a shovel, I would have gone or a spade. I would have gone and cleared this end of that channel, just so there was less chance of it flooding. I can't go out and spend serious money. I don't know how much a shovel or a spade is to buy. Probably at the Chino Bazaar, probably less than a tenner, but I'll probably only get half an hour out of it before it snaps. All of his stuff is shite. It's all shite. Except for his beer. I went across today and got the weekend 12-pack of beer. Again, I'm going to declare that the beer sponsor for this episode is Rose again. She gave me enough money for her to be the beer sponsor for the next well, at least another 2 weeks after the 2 weeks that she's already been the official beer sponsor. No, I've never heard of Nomadic Bender. I had a book. I might even still have a book of find the right terminology. I'm just going to say Indian. Feather, not dot. Indian architecture and Indian building techniques. See, they don't like to be called Native American. They don't consider themselves American at all. That's white man terminology. So anyway, I had a book, an architecture book on that. And that's how when I built my first shelter, I knew to put stakes in the ground, tie long branches to the stakes, and then bend the branches over to create more of a dome. You wouldn't know that it had a dome if you see my first ever video on this channel and I show that shelter. I still have that in the production. I've gone back, taken that first video and interjected some extra commentary around it. So if you like, you can go and watch the first ever video on the channel, or you can wait until I finally publish this one. It's been sat here ages, since the 3rd anniversary. I might release it in the run up to Christmas. So any day now in the run up to Christmas. I've got to re-edit some of the titles and things that I put over because it's not about the 3rd anniversary anymore. But you'll see that that shelter in the end was in such a state of disrepair. I couldn't pull the tarp tight enough for you to see the convex roof. I had to just let the tarp sag because it'd become that brittle. Every time the wind blew, it got 3 or 4 new holes in it. On the day that I was filming, I think earlier that day, it had developed a big X kind of cut in it, where the 2 legs of the X were about 12 inches each, and I had to patch it. And then I think that night we had a storm, which was why I was filming and reconnecting. So that night, after I filmed the first video, we had a storm, and because I'd not been able to pull the tarp tight, it had a bit of a concave section. The water gathered, and all night I'd been kind of lifting it and letting the water run off. And at 5 in the morning, I went to lift it, not with my hand, but with my forearm, and my entire forearm just went through the tent. It just broke. It was that brittle. And I think it was about 2 days later that 2 blokes that had been helping me, a Damien and Simon, which Simon got me a second-hand tent. Certainly within the week, but I think it was less than that. I think it was a few days after. So those first 3 or 4 videos, folks, if ever you're at a loose end, camera work's terrible, shaky. I do a lot of moving around with the camera and it's all a bit blurry. It wasn't a great camera. Wasn't a great cameraman, didn't know what he was doing. Lots of hand in front of the camera. Lots of doing things, and like in the first video, it was a cookery video really. I was making what was going to be a 3-day stew. We were expecting a week of storm, so I wanted a pot of stew that would last at least 3 days. And there's things I'm stirring it and I forget to point the camera at the food. So it's off over there. It's funny in a terrible kind of way, but look into the Lavo, Sammy version of two-piece tent. Little biddy on the lamp. Where are you going, old fucker? Like a cross between a spider and an ant. Don't know where it went. I don't think I got it. I'll look into that when I yeah, they're probably building it out of reindeer skins. Tunnel tent, more room. Isn't that what this is? This is just 5 hoops, 5 arches. I think 5. I'd make a tent, bent branches, then carpet, then tarp over. Yeah, I mean, it's about having the resources, isn't it? The right kind of resources. Don't forget, even when I get out of here to go around bins or skips or whatever, I'm gonna have a dog in a wheelchair that needs picking up every time there's not a ramp at the end of the footpath. So I'm picking dog and wheelchair up one-handed. So yeah, we're gonna start getting out and gathering resources again, maybe. But I have got my next tent here already. You know what I mean? It's Britain's next tent is already here. Is it Britain's or is it Spain's? I don't know. And I've got my 2 emergency ones as a backup. But yeah, getting some things further off the ground in case would be good. Okay, folks, when we started, I thought we might only go for 2 hours because of the power situation. If I can trust this, if I dare trust this, we're fine. We're still on 49%. Tablet's at 100% power, which means even doing video and the screen on, I'll get 10 hours. But if I knock that down to low power mode, the most aggressive power saving mode, that's a day and a half. Maybe even 2 days, actually. Audio books with the screen off, the majority of the time, I'll probably get 2 days out of that. And every 5% on there, so it's almost at 50. So I could charge this 5% on there adds 30. So I've got 10 top-ups, 300%. I could charge the entire tablet 3 times from empty to full with what's on there. Well, I don't know how long this has to last me. I don't know how long it has to last me. Depends on whether we manage to get any sun at all in the next couple of days. So Jasper says bent branches, then carpet, then tarp. But of course you can't hammer bent branches into the ground. You can't hammer the thin end of a branch to knock the thick end in. So you got to put stakes in the ground and then tie the branches to the stake, then bend them. Can't remember, TP or wigwam, which is which? Isn't the wigwam more like a barn? No, TP is more like, oh no. One of them's just a tent, straight logs, cross at the top with a hole for smoke to go up and through. And one is more like a building. One's more like a barn. Not sure. When we played Cowboys and Indians, we used the 2 words interchangeably because we were silly. Can you charge that thing up from the main supply? Yeah, if you've got a main supply. I can charge it from, there's a cable to charge it from mains. There's a cable to charge it from a car's 12-volt socket. That would take a few hours. Maybe 3 hours from a car cigarette socket. Or from a solar panel. I've only got the solar panel option here. But yeah, it comes with all the cables. I've got no idea where they are. I assume they're on the floor over that corner of the room where it lives. But yeah, they're marvelous. Everyone should have one. I've been saying for ages, EcoFlow. I've got the EcoFlow River. This is a River version 2. I think now they're up to version 3. But when I got this, I think there was only one model. Now the EcoFlow River has different sized versions. So mine is the equivalent of the smallest version available because tramping a field, limited resources, spending money donated by people, so having to get value for money, but being limited on what I can get. Am I up to date with chat? I think I'm up to date. I think so. That one only just appeared. So yeah, that was Jenny. Is this your first time here, Jenny? But yeah, it's marvelous. I think they're fantastic devices. I could almost be a salesman for them, with the exception of a couple of glitches that I've had. It flashed up the other day wanting me to update the firmware, but it was on 2% at the time. And when I first got the device and did update the firmware, it went wrong. That cost me 3 days while I waited for their tech support to fix things. They kept trying to get me to put it on a slow boat back to China. But that wasn't happening. Now, they also told me it had to be connected to Wi-Fi at all times. I told them there is no Wi-Fi at all times. I live in a fucking field. When you think these things are aimed at off-grid kind of situations, people going camping, people going out in the woods, people who've got a cabin, if you built a wood cabin in the woods, these things are aimed at that, and survivalists for after the apocalypse. Once the zombies are trying to eat you, this is what you're meant to live off. And they want you to leave it attached to Wi-Fi. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Wi-Fi? I mean, I can make my phone be the hotspot, or now I can make my tablet be the hotspot for other devices. But if my phone's in my pocket and I go off walking the dog, there's no permanent fucking Wi-Fi. It's on again, off again, on again, off again. Sorry, I'm possibly swearing a little bit much. But EcoFlow, I do recommend them. There are other brands available: Jackery, Bluetti, All Powers. There's one called Oops, spelled weird, O-U-P-P-E-S, something like that. Also, Anker have entered the market. Anker that make you power banks and things. They do a lot of power cables and USB cables and things as well, I think, don't they, for computers? But they've entered the solar charger, solar power station, solar generator, whatever crap term that they're using. All these companies are out there, but for my money and a lot of people's, EcoFlow is a leader in the field, with a few caveats and a few. In general, with anything computerish, you update the firmware as soon as there's new firmware. If you've got a computer and there's a new firmware for the motherboard, you update it because it'll unlock new features or get rid of bugs. EcoFlow have a tendency where everyone on their forums is saying, no, don't do that. Don't update the firmware. Unless you're really, really struggling without, don't go updating your firmware. You're more likely to hit problems than you are to relieve problems. So with those caveats, I could almost be a spokesman for them, but almost, but not quite, I guess. We did have a discussion the other day about whether I could actually get a free machine from them and a sponsored plug, but I think I'm too small a channel for any of that. There was a chance that I could have got an Oukitel phone, because I had one in the past, and I was talking here about how great it was, how robust it was, and how having a 10, I'm going to go with the 10,000 milliamp hour thing, but I'm not a fan of thousands of milli. 10 amp hour battery. It was a brick, it was solid, it was fantastic, and I got approached by purportedly the company, but they wanted to take the communication away from email to WhatsApp, and I just found that suspicious. And so that went no further. I didn't continue that conversation. Note to any company out there that does want to have their gear tested in the real world, I am a tramp, living in a field full-time. I've been homeless 3.5 years nearly. I've been in this particular field over 3 years. 3 years, 2 months. On the 10th, which was a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Didn't even realize. Real world testing, not a weekend warrior, not going off camping for 2 days to see whether the EcoFlow is any good or not. Real world. So if you've got devices that you'd like showcasing, unboxing, you want a featured product slot, the review I do will be honest and open. It won't be influenced. I won't be given. You give me talking points as a hint, but I won't be given a script I must stick to. and I will give an honest, open opinion. But I'm a small channel, I acknowledge that. But just beware, if you do contact me, let's avoid WhatsApp, let's stick to email. Let's keep it professional. With that said, let's continue. We're over the 2-hour mark. I didn't realise. I was thinking of ending at 2 hours. I guess we're carrying on, folks. If there's people there and if you've got topics you want to consider, thumbs ups are always appreciated. Don't subscribe until you've seen 3, 4, maybe 5 of my videos. I'm not for everybody. You can watch some of my normal videos that I post about life in a field and life with a disabled dog and what have you. But try and watch a couple of live streams. They're available on catch up. They're available on demand. I am opinionated. I do use swear words. I have been known to use the swear words. Not at anybody, just in discussion about the words generally and about free speech. I'll offend some of you. My politics won't agree with all of you. And that's okay. That's okay. But at some point, once you've seen a few videos, if you think you want to carry on and keep up with the story, hit the subscribe button. Just don't do it, probably don't do it on your first visit. Unless it's how you keep note of where you've been. Which I know is what I do. I do hit subscribe, but a lot of times I'm probably subscribed to more channels than anybody on the internet. I tried going through the other week and making a list of some of my favourites in each category. But just my list of categories was so long. We got gardening, we've got kind of prepper or survival or bushcraft. We've got health and science and mathematics, cookery, animal rearing, rabbits and quail seem to be my favourite ideas for the future. Not while homeless in a tent, but once I get back to reality, I want a survival garden, a prepper garden. I want to be growing the potatoes and the sweet potatoes and the lettuce and the tomatoes and the peppers and all of that good stuff. Did I say onions? Yeah, I'm not sure I said onions. But also the Jerusalem artichokes, also known as fartichokes, Brussels sprouts, broad beans, cabbages. Did I say lettuce yet? I'm not sure I did. All of those. UK Richie, hello, my friend. Hello, hello. Keep your wallet in your pocket today, pal. I'm not sure. Did I say thank you yet? I went through a few the other day. I was behind with thanking people. I'm not sure how far I got down the list. I am still behind. There are still some people to be thanked. Farmer steps in. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click the like button. And consider subscribing. I will moderate that one down to consider subscribing. Kev O'Hara, over in Ireland, if I remember correct. Man U999 as was. Evening, Mike and all. Just been watching a travel vlogger taking a train from Lancaster to Morecambe and Heysham. It's a shithole. I thought of yourself, and the next vid on my feed was the Hangout. Yeah, I mean, the train line's the wrong side of the road for you to see the uni, I think. I'm not sure how much of the although they might have carried on building Lancaster Uni out, you do see the university. Oh, you see the university on the way to Lancaster, not from Lancaster to Morecambe. You pass Morecambe College, although you're on the other side of a bank, you won't see it. But yeah, you do. I mean, surprisingly, there is still some greenery around there. Although the town itself, the two towns, Morecambe and Lancaster, it is one big conurbation. I think the only field you see on the main road is the sports fields at the college, not the uni, the College of Knowledge, College of Further Education. So you thought of me, and the next thing on the feed was me. You see, you manifested it. I am your manifest destiny. This is true. Next, we'll be getting crystals out and doing some other woo-woo. Tai Chi, anybody? Cleanse your aura and your chakras, whatever they are. Sounds like a musical instrument, but you know. How did I get off on all this woo-woo stuff? I did actually build a website for some people once that were really woo-woo. It's to do with sound. Everything in the universe has a vibration and therefore is a sound. And therefore you can heal things with the right sounds. And certain plants have certain vibrations. So if you chop them up and put them in a bit of vodka and sell them in a bottle, these essences have the right sounds and vibrate and will heal anything. I don't know if those two ladies are still out there. They were of an age at the time. Enjoyed working with them. I was quite honest and open about my skepticism. But I build damn good business websites, folks. I build damn good websites. And that's why I ended up doing websites for organizations within the United Nations and within the NHS and government departments and international peacekeeping forces. And what else? I mentioned United Nations organizations, yeah. I don't know. There are other bragging points, which all so long ago now I don't remember. Hospices and charities and things. I don't know. Heysham has St. Patrick's Church. It does, and it's right next to... Heysham also, well, the next village over from Heysham has a burial, a grave of a bloke called Sambo. The last time I typed this anywhere, I think it was YouTube, I got a nasty warning for saying... Somebody was talking about how Sambo is racist, and I said, well, yeah, it might be, but it's still also a name. The bloke actually lived his life with the name Sambo, and the gravestone is it in Overton? Which is a little... So you've got Morecambe, Heesham's like the next little village along, and then you've got even smaller ones going off down. And yeah, there is a grave to a bloke called Sambo from like the 15th or 16th century. Some weird burial tombs that was on a Black Sabbath album. I didn't know that. But yeah. Now you see, those of you that were thinking of subscribing and are now saying, he said Sambo, I'm not going to subscribe. I've said a whole lot worse. I've said a whole lot worse. I've said the one word you cannot say about 6 times on this channel. Manifest destiny. Was just typing. Yeah, you know. I built websites for my cat. Not so impressive, but my cat is quite discerning. Tina girl, you're sticking your paws right up my backside. I know you're stretching out, darling. What is it? Are you too warm? Is the stretching part of a cooling process? Let me see if I can remove a cover or two for you. Remove that one, fold it down. I'll give you 5 minutes with the cover off, and then I'll put the top one back up, just the top one back up. Here, baby. Oh, if the people could see you, you'd look lovely. It's too dark, and I can't cuddle you and hold the camera and hold the light. And you don't like having the light on you anyway. You lay back down and go back to sleep, please. After we finish talking to the peoples, I'll take you over for another drink of water. You look like you're... Maybe that's part of being too warm. Let me just... I'll pull the covers back even more, sweetie. How's about that? Just to make sure you're not too warm. Got to look after my girl, folks. Got to look after my girl. Litterbox food daily sometimes isn't in demand. Pretty... This arrow isn't. Pretty smart creatures. Cats, yeah. Yeah, I was always a cat person. I don't know how I've ended up with a dog. It wasn't on my. She's my first ever dog. It wasn't on my bingo card for that year, 2016, December. Oh, it would be about now. It was somewhere in the second week of December that I got Tina. I never did take note of what date that was. There was a lot happening in life at that time. I'd only been in Spain 7 or 8 months, no, a bit more. Came in February, so December would be 10 months, wouldn't it? So when I first came over here, I wanted to rent the house I was in, the house I rented. I wanted it for the full length of a short-term lease. They wouldn't do anything over 11 months. Once you get over 11 months, you get extra legal rights. They wouldn't do that, so they would do 11 months. So that's what we agreed on. And then when I got there to sign the paperwork, I only got 9 months. So I just renewed again sometime around December. I'd had another place elsewhere for a few weeks after arriving. I was in one place for 13 days, and then I got another place for a month or two. Then I got this place. So the renewal, maybe I was in the renewal negotiations or whatever. Would have been a bit of a tense time thinking about whether I had to move or not. And then I got Tina. I must have settled that, and we must have agreed I was staying. I wouldn't have got a dog if I didn't know where I was going to be. I'm not that daft. Once you've got a dog, once you've got a pet, it's more difficult to rent, isn't it? But yeah, no, it was a hectic time. I got Tina in the run up to Christmas. She wasn't a Christmas dog. It wasn't that. I've told this tale before for anyone who's new. I was in the park. A lady came by handing out leaflets. She'd been looking after the dog for a couple of weeks. The idea was she'd taken it from an animal welfare place. She'd actually intercepted it before it got to the animal welfare place, but they were looking for a home for it. She took it to foster it with a view to keeping it, but she didn't. Her other dog was quite vicious. Her original dog didn't get on well with Tina, so she had to move Tina on. She printed 200 leaflets, walked through the park. I was the first person she handed a leaflet to. We got talking. The lady sat at the next table, and every time I looked at Tina, she looked at me. Every time I looked up, she was already looking at me. Every time, if she wasn't looking at me and I looked over, then she looked at me. And everyone in the park could see it. And one guy said, if you don't take that dog, I'm never talking to you again. You could just see the connection, and I could feel the connection. Everybody could. So because I'd had a drink, no decisions were made on alcohol, except they were. I tentatively said yes, and I said to the lady, I'll see you tomorrow. I went home. I walked straight past home, down to the next Chino Bazaar down the hill. This is on Avenida de la Mancha. And I went to the Chino Bazaar under Tweeties, and I spent about €80. I bought all the stuff. I bought the dog lead, dog food bowl, water bowl. I bought a 2 meter by 1 meter mat for her to lay on. I bought all the toys and the balls and those tug-of-war kind of ropes that you do with the. I bought everything, €80, which is a lot of money to spend in a Chino Bazaar, because a lot of it's just cheap tat. And I got to walk up the road with like 3 carrier bags and this 2 meters by 1 meter fucking foam. What's the word? It's not a blanket. It's like a mattress, but all patterned and what have you. But I bought all the things. And this is before I've officially said yes to the dog. So that's how I got my Tina. And it would be about this time of year. Maybe I've already missed it by a day or two. We should have noted that date down. We should have made a note. Yeah, she's settled down more now that she's cooler. She must have been a little bit warm under the covers. There's a grey tabby here, says Tommy Tombstone, in the shared apartment belonging to the owner. She's adorable, and I really missed having a cat. Yeah, pets are great. Cats or dogs. It's more difficult to have both, but it's doable. You've seen people do it, as long as they've both got the right temperament. I don't know whether it's something you can train or whether it's just something with how certain dogs are. They either tolerate them or not. I'm not sure. Like I said, my first dog, and when I got her, I was shaking. I didn't know what to do with the dog. I'd never picked poo up off the floor. Anybody's, hers or mine. Now I do both. Is that too much information, folks? I want to see the TMI logo in the emoji in the comments in the chat. Yeah, no, I'd and when we first time I walked her, she cocked her leg against a lamppost. To this day, I don't think she's ever. That's a male thing. To this day, I don't think she's ever cocked one leg. I mean, now it's hilarious. Now, because I'm carrying her back end, she'll be dragging the back legs along. I have to make an effort to lift her up and off the ground, or wind this belt really tight around my hand so that its normal position has her legs off the ground. So I have to make an effort so that she's not dragging her back paws. But now, because she's off the ground, she just legs akimbo. Both back legs just go out. And she's hovering in the midair, pissing. And sometimes she'll be swinging around. It's the most fucking hilarious thing ever. The looks we get from people. And if I've walked up to the main road, there'll be drivers driving past, and then they're like watching while Tina's kind of hovering in midair, having a pee. But yeah, no, that first time out, that first dog walkies with her, I was so nervous. Oh, memories. That's 9 years ago now. 9 years ago that I got her, and she was almost a year. She'd be about 9 months old at that point, 8 or 9. Yeah. Easier if they're raised together. Yeah, I guess it would be. They're just used to each other being there. Don't even realize. The cat probably thinks that the dog's just a funny shaped cat, and the dog thinks that the cat's a funny shaped dog. I'm sure that Tina just thinks that I'm a funny shaped dog, the way she behaves sometimes. Anyway. Oh, fast asleep again. Now I get a nice cuddle. Cuddle on my terms. I wish I could, if you were on the phone, I'd bring you over for a proper look, but firstly, to hold the tablet is difficult because of the size, and then there's the lamp because it hasn't got a light. But yeah, it's a nice cuddle. I'll carry on with that one after we're finished here. Okay, folks, more topics for conversation. What about you guys? What are you guys doing for Christmas? Let's run through. Tom, I don't know where. Are you still in Spain? Are you still in Valencia? What are your plans for Christmas? Staying in Spain, moving on, going back to Norway? What's the score? I thought you mentioned Lake Geneva or something a while ago. Is that somewhere you've been or somewhere you're headed? Anyone else out there going through storms or whatever at the minute? I got winds in the 60 kilometers an hour range. I think that's Sunday as well. Not 100% sure how the tent's going to stand up to that stuff, especially if it's at the same time as the rain. That could be interesting. I do have 2 or 3 reserve tarpaulins somewhere right at the back of the tent, right at the back of the other storage room. Nobody's talking to me. 15 people out there, and either it's all gone quiet or my chat is frozen. I don't think it's frozen. You've just gone quiet on me. Tommy Tombstone. Fabrizio. Littlebox Food Daily sometimes is in demand, pretty smart. Cats are very smart creatures, this is true. UK Richie built websites for his cat. For what? Are you advertising it? Are you getting rid of kittens? Is it just for the hell of it, just for fun? What do you use? Do you use any specific software? Or are you using one of these ones that's based out there? Hosted WordPress, or do you do your own on servers that you control? Or Joomla? That was my platform of choice back in the day. Prior to that, we had what? We had Dreamweaver. I built my own. Well, I didn't build my own text preprocessor, but I used text preprocessors. Rex and Regina were the two things that linked together. Made templates, and then I was going to say mail merged. That's not the right term, but that kind of thing. Merged template and article text, and then re-uploaded the site. Dreamweaver, Hot Metal Pro, way back in the day, if anybody remembers that. That was a clever pun. The HTML and also Hot Metal, because publishing. You're controlling and publishing text, just like the lead type, known as Hot Metal within the publishing world, printing world. I thought it was a really clever pun. Joomla kind of was, or Joomla, you Dutch guys would say Joomla, because the J doesn't have a D before it. But Joomla. Joolma was kind of a clever pun in that it was a foreign word. I can't remember what, not Sanskrit or something. It's a word from another language that had two meanings. It meant together as one, and as an offshoot from that, it also meant paragraph, because multiple sentences put together form one unit, one paragraph. So together as one, which is like a community thing, but also you've got the text managing thing, because you're building articles, you're building websites. Enough prattling about websites. You're not interested in websites, probably. Nowadays, people go for these hosted things from, what's it called, Square? Is it Square or Squarespace? One of those was a thing where you visited often, a social media type thing, and you became the mayor of that town if you were the most if you visited most. The other is a platform for hosted websites. Karen says, hello, everyone. Hello, Karen. What kind of time do you call this? It was the other day, wasn't it? I had a thought, oh, maybe Karen's late because she's gone down the quiz. And then I remembered you weren't here. Monday or Tuesday, whatever time I did the thing the other day. I think that would have been. Possibly it could have been the Sunday one if it was the other one. Did I do a Sunday one? I think I did. But yeah, I just had this random thought that, oh, maybe Karen's not here at the minute because she's down the quiz. And then I remembered that you weren't even in Torrevieja. Funny how the brain works or doesn't work sometimes. Guys, come on, 13 of you out there and you're all lurking. Talk to me. Talk to a tramp. That's why you came here. If nothing else, give me a topic, but not politics. Some of you don't like us discussing the world, putting the world to rights or wrongs. Karen says, I will be back soon. What, back in chat? Are you going already? Or do you mean back in Torrevieja soon? I think you'll be back in Torrevieja. I said when you went away. I predicted you'd be back by Christmas or New Year. That was my guess. Spain, says Karen. Yeah, you said you weren't coming back for 3 months, and now you've already got plans. What do you have for food? Me, Fama? Were you not here at the beginning when I said how stuffed I was from eating lots and lots and lots of food? I've got 2 portions of Chinese takeaway left, a loaf of bread. In the fridge, I've got various cheeses. It's mainly shredded, what we would call grated cheese, in bags from the supermarkets. I've got leeks, carrots, onions. I've got a big bag of potatoes that's probably in need of using. So there's a soup or a stew or so. Oh, I've got chickpeas that have already been soaked and that need using. I've got broccoli. I've got a big head of broccoli in there. What else is in there? Surprisingly, for a weekend, there's a case of beer in there. Well, the fridge hasn't been turned on for a day and a half, but it is still cool in there. But today I've eaten and eaten and eaten. Porridge first thing, chicken dinner that Tom brought me, and then the 3 ladies who appeared and brought me a Chinese takeaway. So I'm stuffed to the gills. Are we going to have an AI crypto collapse, Mike? I think we already have. Crypto's a con. Or I'm not saying crypto as a technology, it might not be a con, but these coins that everyone releases and then they do the rug pull and they invent themselves a few million coins that they keep, market the rest, sell it all on day 0, or as soon as the market opens for trading. They sell theirs. They make 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. Everybody else loses. What's he called? One of the brothers. They went on, became boxers. There was KSI. He's not one of the brothers, but he was a celeb boxer, a streamer who did boxing. Then there's the other one, Paul. Logan Paul. Is that his name, or is that 2 brothers, or is that one guy's name? I don't fucking know these guys. But they did that, didn't they, with Crypto Zoo or whatever they called it. And then you had that girl. What was that girl? What did she become? She became famous for something and nothing. Oh, the the lubricant girl. She became famous. Some manager types approached and said, "Why don't we do this?" They all made millions. She got maybe $1 million, and now she's facing jail because it's all been investigated. So most of crypto is a con. The technology is incredibly complex and fantastic. What do you call what's the Japanese name of the guy that supposedly invented Bitcoin? It's like Nakatomi Satsuma or something. Satoshi. Somebody talk to me. Nobody knows who he is, but he's an actual mathematics genius, whoever he is. If it's one person, if it's a group, what they came up with, brilliant. But the blockchain, I don't like the idea of the blockchain. A searchable distributed database. Every transaction logged in a database searchable by the world. Once you know somebody's wallet number, ID, whatever it's called, you can see their now you don't get the details of the transaction, but you can see how much was sent and which wallet it was sent to. Build up a big enough database to match wallet ID to real people. It's trackable, traceable. Why would you put a public? If I said, here's a database, what we're going to do is we're going to match your credit card and log all of your purchases so everyone can search and see everything and can see not what you bought, but who you bought from. You'd say, no, fuck that idea. Now, AI. So that's that crypto, blockchain, all of that, mainly a scam. The other aspect I don't like. A publicly searchable database of transactions. What are you thinking? AI, large language models. They're not really AI. They pilfer from everybody else. Used to be you built a website and you wrote articles, so someone searching for a topic came to your website for the answer. And while there, you tried to make some money off them. If you're a specialist in something, if you knew how to do something in Joomla, for example, or WordPress, you built a website, you answered all those questions, people came there, saw you were an expert, and then maybe you could get them to hire you to fix their website or make those edits. Now you type in your question, Google's already pilfered the answer from you. Google's AI shows them the answer. They never even know that answer was lifted from your website. You never get the visit, you never get the work. You go under. Your business fails. You're not getting a stream of, maybe not even customers, but of prospects. Your funnel, your marketing funnel is now empty. Google's robbed your answer, given it to someone else, and shown adverts and whatever around it. What did you get? Now, what happens when all those websites go out of business and there's no data out there for Google to pilfer from? What does their large language model do then? That could be an AI crash. When either there's nobody there for them to pilfer from because they've all gone under, or if like the EU or the UN or the World Trade Organization or the US federal government start saying, no, you can't do that. If they can't pilfer the data and build their model, that could go under. So I don't know what the future. It's very open-ended, but also the hype. Everyone's starting a business now. Builds just a term. If you stick AI into it, look at that company that's advertising everywhere. So you've got an idea that you want a T-shirt printing or a hat printing. You got an idea for a design. Download our AI app. Upload your picture. And it will find lists of traders who print T-shirts or hats or whatever. That's not AI. You're pattern matching words like hat or T-shirt, and you're taking an uploaded picture and saying, yeah, okay, that's a 3-color whatever. We can print that, and if you buy 10,000, you get them for this much per T-shirt, and if you get 20,000, you get them for this much per T-shirt. Where's AI in that? So many businesses are putting AI in their advertising and in their marketing. And if they're trying to go to venture capitalists, you've got to mention AI. AI this, AI that. If you can put crypto and AI in the same fucking sentence in your prospectus to the venture capitalists, I'm not going to say that gets you the deal, but not putting them in probably puts you entirely out of the fucking running. I'm still waiting for Flippy and Sippy. Flippy is an automated burger flipper that was supposedly going to be in all of the fast food shops by now, and Sippy was a drink pouring robot that similarly was going to be in all of the places. I remember when I was still back in the UK, I remember telling people in the bar that pretty soon bars won't have barmaids. There won't be servers in a bar. It'll be a machine, a robot, if you will. You'll tell it what drink you want. It'll pour it. Whether it's just a dispenser, like a crappy coffee dispenser, but with beer, or with, let's say you want a sex on the beach or a screwdriver or whatever. There might be one worker in the entire place, and her job is to fill. When the drink machine says it's running low on whiskey, she has to swap out the whiskey bottle. Will there be a robot for washing the glasses, or well, you've already got the dishwasher, but for putting the glass, putting the empties into the dishwasher, will that be a robot or will that be a human? But on a Friday night, instead of having 4 waitresses, bar staff, whatever, running around serving people, you'll have 1 maximum, if that. That's 10 years ago. It's still not arrived. Well, I'm waiting on it. So where is all the AI and the robots and everything? Have you made a stew? I think I made one a while ago, but I'm waiting on making another because I've had this veg now a week. Oh, I've got pork. I've got strips of pork as well. Now I did have for the first few days, I had it on really cold, not deep freeze, but really at the cold end of fridge. So everything's okay still, but I do need to start getting some of that veg used. Satoshi Nakamoto. Is Nakamoto not the building in Die Hard? What was that called? Looks like a massive bubble. Yeah, well, because once everyone's throwing words at it and throwing money at it, when venture capitalists give you, instead of looking at it and saying this looks dodgy, instead they look at it and they throw you 10 million for your round A funding or whatever it's called, and then your job then is to just spend that money as quickly as possible and gain clients. Make your minimum, what they call it, the minimal usable model or whatever it's called, minimal viable product. That's the phrase. You got them with the idea, you build your minimum viable product, you get it out there, and then you innovate, and when it doesn't work, you pivot and turn into a totally different business altogether and hope you can bring the investors and clients with you. Pivot. What's their other phrases? Break early. What's the one? They have that phrase, don't they? Break often, break early, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bubble because it's based around just throwing words into a prospectus, into your offer documents or whatever they call them when you go to the venture capitalists. That one that's all over YouTube with the advertising. Our AI app will select. You give us an idea and we'll find a market and providers. That shit was around years and years ago. It's got nothing to do with AI. I want a t-shirt. Here's my thing. Okay, in the past, you had to say that my picture is a 3-color screen printed whatever, whether it's a screen print or a transfer or a dye sublimation or a fucking whatever the different types of printing are nowadays. I'm not up on all of the lingo. Can you laser print on a t-shirt? I doubt it. I don't know. You laser print onto a transfer, don't you? Then you iron the transfer onto the t-shirt. But those fall off quickly. You don't really want to be getting into business doing that. Well, it doesn't need AI to pattern match t-shirt and analyze the number of colors in a picture. Don't know, folks. Yeah, like you said, probably a bubble because it's people just looking to throw money into investments and stuff, and not analysing whether it's really what it says it is and whether that's got any future. All you're doing is choosing between different Chinese providers. In my particular example, which I like to harp on at because I'm sick of seeing the fucking adverts. Should you wish to attend the World Cup in the United States this coming supper, you'll be required to provide 5 years evidence of your social media accounts. Penny for your thoughts. I did see that one. My thoughts are, you buy a new phone or you factory reset your own phone and you don't install the social medias. You just tell them I don't do that. Or you create new accounts and for a month or 3, you do that and you just tell them, oh, I don't have access to old accounts. They were on my old phone and I don't remember the passwords. I'm not giving government. It's all out there to be crawled and they've probably got all the information they fucking want anyway. I mean, the US is basically the biggest member of the Five Eyes organization. Let me see if I can remember who the Five Eyes are. They will be the US, Canada, France, Britain, either Australia or New Zealand, to take your pick. That would be my guess at who the Five Eyes are. And those are the agencies that each one of them is not allowed to spy on their own people. So all they do is they ask the other 4 to do it for them and to feed them the results. You see how that works? We're the CIA, we're not allowed to spy on Americans. So Britain and Australia, will you do that for us and just tell us if there's anything we need to know? What the fuck? They've already got it all. It's already in their databases. Everything you type into Facebook, they're patched into it. The big social media companies, the government organisations have patched in their own boxes into the pipeline. They're on those networks. They've put their own. They put hardware in there that Facebook don't even understand or don't know. They're not allowed to know. So someone from the CIA comes along into the server, whatever the server farm, isn't it? The big warehouse with all the in there, and they just patch their box in. And when Facebook says, "What's that?" Need to know, pal, go away. They're already in there. They've already got all the info. The rest is theatre. Everything that happens at an airport is security theatre. I don't know whether you still have to take your shoes off and walk through to check that you haven't got those binary bombs, two different liquids that you pull out and mix together to form a... The one guy that tried it, didn't he burn his balls? Didn't something go wrong in his undies and he had his undies started smoking? One guy tried it once and all that happened was he burnt his balls. He singed a few pubes. It's not a bomb. And because of that, we all have to take shoes off in the airport. Belts. Why are you taking your belt off in the airport? What is that? There's no security reason for taking a belt off. When you get searched physically by somebody, they don't take your belt off or your shoes and socks. It's theatre. Everything that happens in an airport is theatre. Every now and again, they'll pay the SAS or someone to walk through an airport with a fake bomb. And they invariably manage it. They get into the private areas, the staff areas. They get out onto runways and leave a sticker on a plane saying SAS was here. Well, however it's done. It's pretend. Look at American airports. Guys, you seen the stories? There's this little old lady who specialises on getting onto the wrong plane or getting onto planes she doesn't have a ticket for. She's managed it about 10 times. International flights. So this isn't just in between cities. She's not just flying from parochial little airport to hub. International airports. And she gets on. She only gets discovered when the guy who really owns the seat comes along and says, "Excuse me, I'm meant to be in 19A." And sometimes she'll be sat in a seat that's not allocated, you know, there's nobody. How'd she get there? Where's her boarding pass? How did she get through security in the first place without an airline ticket stroke boarding pass? How many people, when I've gone through an airport, you have to show your passport about 3 times, 4 times. I mean, nowadays you're sliding it into a machine rather than showing it to a person. The same difference. Your passport is inspected 3 or 4 times. Even when you climb the stairs and get on the plane, show us your passport and your boarding pass. Or nowadays it's probably your phone and a what's the term? QR code? QR code. 3D fucking barcode. How's she get there? How's she getting up the steps onto the plane, either up the steps or down the ramp, onto the plane, past the air stewardess? They don't call them that nowadays, do they? What do they call them? Trolley dolly. Is that the technical term? No. I don't remember what they're called. Crew, airline crew, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. So security, showing your social networks to government. That's just crazy. Just go and don't take a phone. What are they going to do? I guess they're going to haul you off into a darkened room when you arrive and delay you for a few hours. I don't imagine them turning you away from the country because you haven't got a phone. You don't own a phone. Give them a false account, create new accounts, and just give them an empty Facebook. Create it now, and in 2 years' time or whatever, in a year's time, it's still an empty account. Oh, I signed up for it. A friend convinced me, but it wasn't for me. I didn't know what I was doing. Never used Facebook before. Didn't know what I was doing. It wasn't for me, but there's the login. I don't know. Like I said, they probably already know. It's probably theatre. Probably hiding the fact that you've got social medias and that you don't give them access is probably the red flag that they're looking for. Probably. Don't know. I don't even know why America's got the World Cup. You don't even play that game. AI enabled, AI empowered. Sounds like Emperor's New Clothes. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. They just stick the label on everything to sell it. I'm sure it's to sell it to investors. Or now I guess you can sell it to customers like that. Oh, it's AI. Oh, it's now the stuff that's real. The draw a pretty picture or make a video. Some of those are fantastic now. I can't remember the name of that new one. It's got lots of O's in the name. Okayo or Okaso or something. Some of those videos look fantastic. It's a matter of time before it's probably already been done. But wait until tensions are high and somebody releases a Twitter video. Maybe you hack Donald Trump's account and you release a video where he declares war and it was AI generated. But that combination of hacking his account and uploading a video, say, declaring war or calling the president on the other side names, it's quite dangerous. But the AI is capable. It's not that all AI is bullshit. The video stuff and the picture drawing, now that they've got past that where the hands come out all deformed and with the wrong number of fingers, that seems to have passed. It's getting more and more difficult to spot actual AI. The bigger that I still see is when you tell it that you want it to generate a picture with specific words on like signage. It misspells everything all the time. Words backwards or with Cyrillic letters or just bullshit made up non-words. That's probably the biggest hiccup you see now with AI imagery. We got these things making songs. You give it a topic, a theme, maybe you give it one line or one little rhyme, and it'll build a whole. And you tell it what style. Is this country and western? Is this rockabilly? Is this rock and roll? Is it rap? And it goes off and makes a song. I did one about Tina. I think it's a short that's out there somewhere. So AI, if it is AI, the stuff that they're calling AI is good at what it does. I don't see much of a business case for most of it. In medicine, science and medicine, protein folding and designing drugs, molecules, making molecules that fit together and folding shit in a certain way. That looks like genius. That looks like it's got real legs. Certainly at the minute they use it to come up with candidate drugs or ideas that they'll then run through other processes to test and maybe actually create small batches and run actual tests. That looks like genius. Pattern recognition and image spotting, scanning cancer, testing or reviewing cancer scans, X-rays, MRIs, CAT, whatever all the rest of them are. That looks like a really, really solid use for AI. For now, I'd still want human verification, but all the stats I've seen say that it outperforms humans. Surgery? Maybe? This robot surgery stuff. At the minute, they'll use a doctor that's elsewhere, and he can be in a totally different part of the world doing the surgery. Even that, they use AI to if he oversteers, if he slips, and the scalpel would have, it stops that excess movement. I think that's AI. I see some uses. Do I see strong business cases? Not really. Medical. I mean, the medicines, the pharma, big pharma, they're going to see business cases and come up with new drugs. I'm not going to go off on a conspiracy theory about big pharma. We'll save that for another day. Move fast and break things. Yeah, all of that. All of those cliches that they throw around. Fry pork to brown, add onion. Yeah, I know how to make. Oh, bottle of red wine's beyond me. I'll maybe spare a glass or two. Yeah, I would add a roux to. I would put a roux to thicken early on. Put the flour in with at the onion stage, or even I've seen people coating their meat with the flour to help with the browning, and also to put the flour there ready for the thickening for the roux. Yeah, you got to be careful there that the flour doesn't stick to the bottom too early and burn. But yeah, red wine and so on. Yeah. Make a nice stew. If it had been beef, we could have gone kind of beef bourguignon or something, couldn't we? But or coq au vin if it had been chicken. But yeah. What's this? Farmer says artificial or something or other. Artificial idiocy. A lot of it. Bandwagon jumping, using the terms inappropriately. And then, of course, you got the monitoring side of things. Didn't someone put AI in a robot and it started hitting people? Was it Elon? It might have been Elon. That sounds like an Elon thing. Overpromise, underdeliver, and then have it go wrong. That's basically everything Elon's ever built, isn't it? Don't mention Hyperloop. What's he call his big? What did he rename Big Fucking Rocket? It's now Super something or other. Have they had one go to orbit yet? And if they have they had it land without blowing up afterwards? Nanobots. Yeah, I talked to my nephews. Let's think. My oldest nephew was born in 1990, so they would have been round at mine, and we would have been playing. It could have been Doom or Quake, but also Rogue Squadron. Star Wars Rogue Squadron was my favorite game at that time. But they were staying over at mine and my wife's, and I was talking to them about how the future would be and how we would have nanobots crawling through our bodies making repairs. That seems years behind where it should have been. At the minute, they can make it target specific types of cells and just use it as delivering a chemical, a payload, like a chemotherapy drug, for example. That seems to have been surpassed just by immunotherapy, which is an incredible technology, which I think is going to revolutionize the world. Immunotherapy and Cas9, what's that called? There's another word goes before Cas9. They're arguing about who's going to get the Nobel Prize for it, aren't they? Somebody, what's the word that goes before Cas9 in gene editing? These are all amazing technologies. I was talking the other week about bionic eyes and how they seem to stall, and then the week after I saw an article about they'd made something with 400 receptors and they're going to upscale it to 10,000 in the next iteration. That sounds like it's about to happen within a year or three. Once you're up to 10,000 sensors or receptors or whatever, as long as you can plug them in and have them be received by the brain properly. I think you're roughly on the level of when I've got my first digital camera. If you're not quite there, you're only one more iteration afterwards. So we could finally be seeing bionic eyes that are worth the name. Then imagine that you take that and you don't just feed in some imagery, say from a camera or from what you could overlay it with other info, couldn't you? So you're either virtual reality or augmented reality. Imagine having a video played direct to your eye, to your bionic eye. So you don't even have to look at a screen or whatever. We'll all be having our real eyes plucked out to have a bionic eye put in. That's the danger when you get there. When you get to the point where the tech's so good, people start upgrading the Mark I eyeball or chopping an arm off for the Borg implant arm. We're probably a long way from that for most things. Maybe someone who's got like a disabled arm or a partial amputation. If you've lost one half of your arm and someone says, look, there's nothing we can do with that half, we can give you a whole full arm, you might start seeing that in the next 20 years or so. The MRSA, or as you say stateside, MRSA. I like the way that we pronounce things differently in some places. Some places use it as an initialism, like an acronym, but it has to form a proper word to be an acronym. And others just do read it out. They do that in Spain. They just read NCIS or whatever it's called. I can't hear it. When they say that over here, it's just NIS. I'm like, what just happened? MRSA gene therapy for cancer, amazing progress. CRISPR-Cas9, wasn't it? I think nobody got there. Am I the first to say the answer? CRISPR-Cas9. Elon's okay, scroll back, I've missed bits. Nanobots. Elon's mind chip is promising. What do they call it? I'm not sure. Tell me something that Elon's done that's been a proper real success. The Falcon 9 with SpaceX. I guess the first couple of cars with Tesla, although Tesla took him to the verge of bankruptcy. SpaceX took him to the verge of bankruptcy. He was so close to because of the way that he leverages one company to fund the next. If the next one goes under, his first company isn't his anymore and might go fully under and out of existence. He did the same to buy Twitter, leveraged the other companies. So he owes it all away. I don't know. He overpromised. Look at his boring company and the tunnels that they built. It was going to be the biggest, baddest. It was going to allow you to get from this area of, is it Vegas? You were going to go from here to there. It's just tunnel, and you have to get a separate driver. And even then, it's like bumper cars. It's touching the edge of the walls all the time. Overpromise, underdeliver. Hyperloop. I'll think of some more. What's his big battery company? Can't remember what it's called, but he used Tesla, I think it was, to fund a separate company that he then wanted to spin off, but he wanted to keep the money. But the Tesla shareholders own just as much as he does. I don't know. His big battery company probably works. Didn't they have a fire, though, not long ago somewhere? Germany, maybe. I don't remember what the company's called. But Tesla needs that many big batteries that he had to form a whole separate company to do them. It was either that or be in Samsung's pocket for the rest of his life. We already have a fantastic immune system and regenerative abilities within reason. No need for sci-fi pipe dreams, says Tom. I don't know, mate. There are things like sickle cell anemia and other things that if you could change one gene on one chromosome and do it in enough places, that it would flood your body with a corrected cells, whether it's blood cells or whatever. That'd be worth having. The mutation that protects people from HIV isn't a big mutation. It's not a big change. So some people are literally immune to HIV. There have been cases where someone with leukemia got a bone. If you can find someone who's a bone marrow match and who has that mutation, then the recipient of the bone marrow transplant not only doesn't die of leukemia or whatever it was that he had, he also gets immunity from HIV. And there are 2 or 3 people alive today that have been cured of HIV. But if you could find another way of making that adjustment, rather than the person being chimeric from now onwards with somebody else's blood, someone else's DNA going through their body, if you could tweak their own stem cells, their own bone marrow, we used to call it bone marrow, now we call them stem cells. Same thing. It's one source of stem cells within the body. But if you could make that change, there are a lot of diseases you could cure. The other one, Huntington's. They didn't announce a cure for that, but they've got something that slows it down 20-fold. But there are some diseases that are so bad that if you could just make that if it's one tweak in one place, that'd be worth having. I agree we shouldn't tamper too much with nature, but we tamper with nature all the time. Every time you flick on a light switch, you're tampering with nature. Nature wanted it to be dark at night. You're going against God and against nature every time you turn a light switch on. Every time you take a flight, every time you jump on an airplane, every time you travel at more than 20 miles an hour, don't you know the human being can't breathe above 20 miles an hour? So people thought before trains. You're going against nature. I'm not anti-vax. You see, we go back to that one. Proper tried and true. I still didn't look up that word for when you take a virus and you kind of kill it. A nude or something. There's a word, not annul. Attenuate. There we go. Fuck, it's only taken me 3 days. When you take an attenuated virus, either dead or almost dead, non-functional in some way. There are various ways to make them non-functional. But these are the old-fashioned vaccines and inoculations. These are worked. These are tried. That technology is tried and tested and has worked now ever since Edward. I think it was Edward Jenner and the cowpox, smallpox. I think that was the first one, wasn't it? Give people cowpox so they never catch smallpox, kind of thing. Because smallpox was a terrible, terrible disease. Those, I mean, normal vaccines, old-fashioned vaccines, I'm all for those. The RNA ones, I have no confidence in. I still can't remember the name of Elon's mind chip company. It's got brain or mind or something in the word or something like that. Who wants to live forever? I think Freddie Mercury would have liked to. That's Minority Report, Mike. Where are we there? I've lost that. I need context for that comment, Fama. That's Minority Report. That's solving. I'm not solving future crime, am I? I hope not. MRSA is one area they're studying. Oh, was it shining stuff on the back of your eyeball? Maybe it was something like that. Mercy is one area they're studying, gene therapy another. 2 things the character Elon Musk has succeeded in. Making EVs somewhat sexy for the masses. American masses, because they've got a lot more disposable income. If you can't get the price down below 75 grand for cars, then no one's going to buy them. You got to get that. Where's my 10 grand car or 15 grand? I don't know how much cars are nowadays, but it has to rival a normal everyday car. It's all right introducing them at the high end level and saying that will filter down through the market. Every time he's tried that, it's kind of failed. And let's not even get started on that fucking Cybertruck. It's a veg chopper. How many people have you seen doing videos of it chopping carrots? And the first time your kid gets his hand stuck, his hand's gone. His fingers are gone. Yours are. That thing's a death trap. Don't think they're allowed anywhere in Europe, are they? Not on the roads. So, okay, you think, I'm not sure whether he's successful on the EV thing. I do know someone who's got one. Shout out, he's one of my best donors. I don't think I've got permission to mention names, so I won't. Somewhat sexy for the masses, perpetuating the idea that man can make into space for the next generation. Low Earth orbit only so far, isn't it? The only thing he got into space, into proper space, was his car. The landing of rockets, I'll give you that. Landing rockets, the Falcon 9s. Watching two take off and two come back together is two landing at the same time. That is one of the most spectacular moments of my life. Not just watching a rocket land, but watching two land back in the same kind of field at different towers. That was pretty phenomenal. The one where they caught one in midair as well, the chopstick maneuver. But we're still failing. He's supposed to have landed on the fucking moon by now, isn't he? Putting that big thing on, putting a big rocket on the top of another rocket. That was for Mars, wasn't it? Was that Mars or the moon? We're supposed to be going back to we're supposed to be going to these places. It's not happening. We're stuck. I can't remember the name of his big rocket, but it keeps blowing up or falling over or not making it. Don't think he's got a single pound of payload into space with the big one. I'm at the point where I've stopped watching them. When you're on test 15 or whatever, and we've still not got into space and back, you watch the news the next day and hear, oh yeah, it blew up, and you just go, oh, of course it did. Seems windy outside, judging by your tent side. Not to change the subject, just observation. We're sheltered. You should hear the wind blowing out the other side of the field, at the other side of the trees. On the cliff tops, it'll be wild. From the sounds of it, I would say those gusts would be 30 or 40 kilometers. 25 miles an hour in old money for anyone who needs it. But every now and again, the wind will come a slightly different angle and will catch us. But it's not too bad yet. But it's not helped by the fact that the whole tent is just sagging and flopping in. It's all just billowing in this way anyway. And don't forget, this top mattress is supposed to be another half a meter that way. So really, I should be really with my head right in it. It's one day I'll get around to repositioning it. There's just so much crap to move first. Vaccine comes from word for cow. It does. Vax or vache, French for cow. Cow pox. Yeah. Fuck. Little bugger. I missed it. I think it flew away in the end. Oh, changes eyes. Okay. It's a long time since I've watched it. I don't remember that part. Starship, that's his big one. Yeah. It went through a series of names. I think it started off as. Didn't he want it to be? It was like BFG because Doom and the big gun, the big fucking gun. So he made it the big fucking rocket or something. And then in the end, he got persuaded that he can't be a schoolboy forever. Like his first 3 cars are the Tesla S3 and X or whatever. Don't remember the order. But he wanted basically to spell sex with the names of his cars. In hacker speak, S3X. He's got an X fixation as well. His first company was called X.com. Then that was taken over or merged into PayPal. But then now he owns X, Twitter, which he rebranded as X. Yeah, and he just has a thing about X for some reason. And then what was one of his kids called? There's a bunch of squiggles. Tengo una vaca lechera, no es un vaca calquera. I have a milk cow, I'm guessing. Not as a cow. Calquiera is like somewhere, somehow, some way. It's one of those words that I can never quite pin down and remember when I need it. I think I got somewhere close. I have a milk cow or a cow for milking. It's not a cow. I can never remember that one word. You can give us a translation if you're knowledgeable in the art of traducción español. Okay, folks, we've hit 20 without me pushing. 20 thumbs ups. If there's anybody out there that hasn't, always appreciated. Once we hit 20, allegedly more notifications go out. We shall monitor over the next 10 or 15 minutes, see whether we get more people arrive. At some point, I do need to keep monitoring my power. I'm in the wrong place looking for the button. Still 47. It's like I could carry on all night. I think it was on 55 and just dropped to 54 as we went live, something like that. So we've used about 7 percentage points of the, so we'll call it 8. We pretend it was 55. We've used 8%, 8 percentage points, down from 55 to 47. But I might have 2 days with no sun, so we got to bear that in mind. But as soon as we end here, I will have a fully charged tablet still, 100%. Which will last for quite a while. It's not any old cow transliterated. Okay, any old. No habla, señor. No hablo. No, okay. I certainly don't speak it. I can read it a little bit, about 6 words out of 10. Get a gist of a I don't know anything. I'm from Barcelona. Manuel. I know nothing. I know nothing. I'm from Barcelona. In Barcelona, they say I'm Italian, I think, or I'm from Rome. When it's played in Spain, they move him. They move him to be Italian in some flavor. That's interesting. Oh, I wondered what was going on there. That top fans button's reappeared. That's turned off in all my settings, but they still... I don't show it to myself. I don't know if it's turned... It was supposed to be turned off across my entire account. I've no idea if you guys still get those crowns and those numbers. I turn that shit off. for me, and I tried to turn it off across the channel, and it didn't take at first. But I haven't heard anybody competing or going on about it recently, so I assume you don't see it over here. Childish rubbish, gamification. Chat just gets filled with spammy, you know, I'm number one. Whatever. Next topic, I guess, folks. Where are we? 11 people out there. I only see 2. What have we got? We've got Tom and Farmer. Kevin's here still. Tom, Farmer, and Kevin. That's about it. Going right back. Okay, I missed that one from Kevin at the time. AI is rapacious, feeding off other content. Yeah, cannibalistic in a way. It's eating, well, not, it's eating other people's content. Depriving people of the visits. You end up only going to Google and seeing Google ads, and you don't go to other people's websites. Now, they do occasionally. They'll say, "Here's a video about something," and they'll take you to YouTube, and it's, you know, it is a normal user's video about some topic or other. Occasionally, a website. They do reference where they're getting their information from. Sometimes you can expand a little bit of text at the bottom. Usually, though, it's trusted sources. So it's Wikipedia or it's newspapers, big media, you know, old, what do you call them? Mainstream media, or what's the other word? Meaning old legacy media. I'll go back to the bottom in case anybody's talking to me, but no, you're not talking to me. Either that or it's frozen, and so far it hasn't frozen yet today, so you're just not talking to me. Okay, folks, we might have to finish on the half past then in 10 minutes or so, 8 minutes or so. I'm saying half past. 23. Okay, I'm only just approaching 3:22. I guess we've had a couple of dropouts and reconnects, or maybe I was a minute late and one reconnect. I only remember seeing one. But Mexican. Yeah, they do have variations, don't they? What's that? There's a noise over in this corner, like something chomping on something. But Tina's here. I'm here. There shouldn't be anyone or anything. Well, that was weird. Oh, why am I tired now? Why am I yawning? I don't think I'm tired. I was awake most of last night, though. Even though I was low on power, you'd think that I would have been trying to go to sleep so that I'm not. I always have to have something playing, something in the background. Usually videos when I've got enough power to not worry about. But yesterday was audio books and stuff like that, and you would have thought that I would have wanted to just fall asleep, and when it stops, just leave it stopped. But I ended up staying awake. Huh. Most of the night. Certainly beyond 5 o'clock this morning. And then up 8 o'clock on the dot for some reason. Oh, there was an alarm set, and I don't know why. But an alarm went off. Buffering. Well, it does. I said earlier, it flashes up 4G. Apparently, this tablet doesn't do 5G, or at least not with this SIM card. My phone does. This one says sometimes it says just 4G, sometimes it says 4G plus. Now I don't know if that means 5G, or if there's some kind of enhancement that came in as a gap, as a filler in between the two. Normally on the phone I will get 5G. This only says 4, and sometimes 4G plus, and sometimes just 4. So maybe it's that, or it could just be atmospherics if there's bad weather around. He says just as the tent gets rocked by by the biggest blast of air so far. Okay, folks, I think we start drawing a line under it here. I'm struggling for things to talk about. We got 5 minutes to fill if we're going to make... reaching 4 hours is always better, to be honest, because of how YouTube processes the video and makes it available that much quicker with the live chat replay. But I would need help to keep going for half an hour, and I've got no idea what to talk about. What are the categories of YouTube channels that if you just, not the actual channels, but what are the categories of things? Anybody watch anything unusual that I would find interesting? Not, like I said, categories rather than specific channels. We got guys here that are guns and ammo. It's not my thing, but bushcraft I watch a lot of. I keep watching videos of people tying knots. They never stick with me. I can never remember them. Sometimes they'll start and they'll do a knot and I'll say, oh, I do that knot. And then they'll take an end of it and twist it over and pull half of the rest through, and it's a totally different knot afterwards. I'm just looking at you thinking, what the fuck just happened? Knots are fascinating, but I don't think you can learn them from watching a YouTube video. I don't think you can. I've tried. The only one that I've watched a YouTube video and remembered is to take a double piece of cord or rope. I just happen to have one lying around here. I don't know what this came off. I think this might be the pull cord from a pair of shorts. But if you've got a rope and you take that, and if you just do the normal overhand knot, you know, a normal, just a simple knot, push that loop through, then that gives you a fixed knot that you can put on tent pegs or stuff. I learned that from Corporal's Corner. And the other one is to take something like that, so here's the loop, and go over, but go, instead of going around the other, go on the inside of it twice. I don't think I've left myself enough loose. I haven't. Then you go to the outside of the bit and through, and you get a kind of an adjustable sliding knot, a friction hitch. When you want, you can pull that down and adjust, but it should stay in place when just pulled like that. So you can adjust it and move it. Yeah, I didn't leave enough, it's come undone. But those are about the only two things I've ever learnt from YouTube videos on knots. The rest, when I try and watch truckers' hitches and things, that's just a mystery. Anybody got any other topics for... I keep watching the guys over at Auto Alex. They seem like the next Top Gear trio. I think I had that flash up in front of me as a recommendation, but I don't think I've ever... I maybe watched one, but I don't remember. It hasn't stuck in my memory yet. It's not something that I would... far miles off with Tom Jones. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Alex and Rory are the presenters. What's that new? Some of the guys from Linus Tech Tips. I don't know if anybody watches Linus, but he's a Canuck, isn't he? It's from up your way, farmer. All of their in front of the camera personnel left, apart from Linus and his best mate, whose name I can't remember right now, that presents the their Friday night live stream that they do. All of their other main staff left, and you've got a bunch of nobodies in front of the camera now. But some of those guys left, and one of them is doing a car channel. Is it two of them? Maybe both, maybe two together have got a car channel. But they also do a tech channel as well, or at least one of them does. It's just weird the way that Linus lost all of his presenters at once. I saw that too about Linus. Yeah, he lost all of his in front of the cap. I don't know if it's a financial crisis at Linus's company. What's he called? LTT Media, something like that. But they seem to have left on good terms. There doesn't seem to be bad blood between them. He's letting them kind of compete. He's letting them cover tech-related topics. Normally they would leave with a non-compete. Yeah, LTT, Linus Tech Tips. Linus Media Group is the umbrella company because there's a couple of... I think each channel might be its own business under the hood, under the, the way that you do limited companies. So that if one company goes bust, it doesn't take down the whole group. But yeah, a lot of those guys moved on, but they seem to be on good terms about it. But I don't know what the impetus was. I think as they've grown, they've put procedures in place to try and stop certain fuck-ups and things from happening again and again and again. And I get the impression it's just become too onerous. Trying to make a video with Linus and sticking to all these systems, they're probably spending 90% of their time doing admin and checklists. Yeah, small channels get bought out by media firms. Yeah, zip ties, that's one of them. Yeah, zip ties, and there's a zip something else from them. I saw today though that they'd done a review of a new Ford car. And it can't be easy. A new channel getting the loan of a... I mean, they're not going to get given it for free to review like some of these IT products and stuff. But it can't be easy being a new channel and getting the access to the expensive products to review. The insurance must be pretty horrendous as well. Because if you write it off while you're reviewing it, like Hammond did, the Top Gear guys have done it a few times, haven't they? Had smash-ups with cars that they're reviewing. I don't know what it was. Isn't Pinto, isn't that Mexican for Little Willie? Is that not right? Is that an urban legend? Or is that why you've thrown that in front of me? I'm sure. I know it's a bean and everything, but... Okay. Zip ties and bias plies, that's the number one channel. But those guys from Linus do a challenge called Zip Ties, don't they? Tina, how have I got my leg under one of yours and over the other? She's playing Twister with me. She's wrapping her legs around my leg. I think I was supposed to put the covers back on, wasn't I, darling? Maybe you're cuddling up for warmth after I've uncovered you. I was supposed to put that back on a while ago. Let's do that. I'm talking to her while she's asleep, folks. That's how bad I am. I think it's because basically I talk to myself most of the time. I always did. In the office, I would chunter away to myself, even when there were other people there. When I was programming, I was terrible for it. Trying to run a problem through my head or work out bug hunting. Trying to run through logic. I could chunt it to myself all night long at home and chunt it to myself all day long in the office. Romano beans, delicious and provide a seat massage as well. Oh, those hard things. Okay. Oh, it's getting worse. It's going to be an interesting few days, folks. It's going to be an interesting few days with the weather. I maybe should have dug out my emergency supplies in readiness. If we get a calm spell tomorrow, I'll get that to bin. It is a grey dustbin. I'll get it out of that corner because in an emergency I would struggle to get over there. I'll pull it out. I haven't got anywhere to put it, but I'll have to find somewhere. Somewhere more accessible, just in case it all goes tits up. I think there's a jacket in there, jacket jumper, pair of jog pants, dry socks. Don't think that there's a pair of clean shoes in there or clean. I don't think there's footwear in there. Tent, yoga, not yoga mat, but you know the bedroll, survival sleeping bag, and something else. Tent, bedroll, sleeping bag. There's more. I can't remember everything. Seat massage from the gas explosion after the beans. There you go. Okay. I couldn't possibly admit to understanding to what that which you speak of. Got to finish this can. This one's getting too warm. It's been in my hand too long. Well, I guess I missed hanging up at 3:30 or 3 hours 30 on the counter. I guess we'll keep going. Frank was gone for a bit, chatting with a co-worker. You don't have to apologise. What time are you at there? 6 hours ago. 2 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 7:30-ish, maybe. So you're not at work anymore. You're home. Riding dual sport bikes on off-road areas. What's a dual sport bike? Sounds like two bikes joined together, but I'm sure it's not. Riding bikes, sports bikes on off-road areas. Are you pro or against? 7:30. Yeah, I thought it was roughly that time. I've difficulty subtracting 6 once we get past midnight, which is silly. But there you go. Chinese takeaway burps bubbling up through the beer. Duck. Just strips of meat. I got a feeling I was supposed to open that and open the other foil trays and mix and match, but I'd eaten already, so I just opened one of the packs. I'll have the other 2 for either, I was going to say, as a midnight snack or as breakfast tomorrow. It won't be a midnight snack anymore, will it? 1:30 here, or just after. And yeah, probably be breakfast. Chinese takeaway breakfast. Oh, dual use, dual purpose. Okay. It can go on road, but just off road as well, or something. Or gravel. I'm with you. I thought when you said dual sport, I imagined 2 bikes with bars together holding them, so you make something like a 4-wheel drive or an off-road, like a car or a jeep. But that was just my mind being silly and stupid, because I'm not a motorcyclist or a drivist. I don't drive. Yeah. More topics, folks. More topics. Maybe now that Frank's back, he's got some topics to talk about or questions. How's things with you, Frank? We're looking forward to Christmas, or is it dodgy? I mean, you've had a bad year, obviously, with your wife passing. Are you going with family, or are you doing it on your own? How does that work this year? If you don't, tell me to shut up if you don't want to talk about it in public. We can take that private another time if you prefer. But difficult year for you, mate. Looking forward as much as you can under the circumstances. You're going about it on your own. Okay. Okay. Have you had Christmases on your own before, like before you were married, or is this going to be a new experience? I've had a few on my own, in apartments or in a field. My first Christmas in this field was interesting. The fuck? What was that? Wasn't too close. It wasn't anything here. That was further away. Christmas in college, alone. You stayed at the college and everyone else went home? Maybe. That would have been tricky. Couldn't afford to get back home for it all. Jeez. That's a tight one. A few years ago, this was a miscommunication with a friend. In an apartment, I cooked for me and a friend for Christmas. Invited him round, put the food on the table, and then he said, "No, none for me. I'm going. I'm going to meet a friend at such and such a bar." I just stood there and cooked Christmas dinner for two in front of him. I put it on the table. He fucking left. I don't know how that happened. Language barriers, I guess. We're both from different countries, but that was an interesting one. And then I've had a couple on my own in my apartment in the immediate aftermath of COVID in the years after. And I got myself the big paper tablecloth and managed to leave it on the table for like a full 2 weeks without it tablecloths can get messed up pretty quickly. You knock a drink over, or you slop a bit of mashed potato on it or something. I managed to keep it clean and presentable, pegged to the table, and I was sitting down with a glass of wine, Yorkshire pudding, mashed potato, roast potatoes, and turkey, gravy, and the usual veg, carrots, sprouts, everything. Fantastic. The whole thing inside a big Yorkshire pudding. But you got to have the glass of red wine, you got to have a beer, and you got to have some other either spirit or liqueur. You got to make a point of enjoying Christmas. It's not a normal, well, not just a normal day. I think sometimes you Americans just, once Christmas Day is over, it's over. A lot of you don't have like a Boxing Day, the day after Christmas. A lot of you might go back to work within a day or two. In Britain, there's a tendency to use your holidays to span the gap between Christmas and New Year. So the company would encourage you to take a week's holiday in between at least Christmas and New Year, maybe a few days before Christmas, maybe a day or three after New Year. Use up 6 or 7 days holiday to expand it and have one. Like with the weekends, you can make like a 10-day holiday maybe. With the bank holidays that are prescribed by law, you've got Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and then you've got New Year's Day, not New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day as public holidays by law. And so just using a few days holidays that aren't weekends to pad it and make a solid chunk. From what I hear, Americans tend to be back at work the next day or 2 days later. Holidays, if that's the only reason why you get back together with family, think why it takes a holiday. Yeah. If you're not, I don't know how long I was disconnected. I was just saying, yeah, family. It's tricky. And if you don't get on and you're only suffering each other because holidays, you're basically ruining the holiday anyway, aren't you? If you don't like each other and don't spend time together normally, then why grit your teeth and put up with it during what's supposed to be a time where you're enjoying yourself? Maybe I sound cynical, but yeah, it can be tricky. Family, folks, family's tricky. Even if there's no real reason not to, even if there's not a disagreement or an actual falling out, just sometimes people's characteristics or characters, especially if it's parents. Being an adult that's lived your life for 20 or 30 years as an adult life, and then being somewhere where there's a parent who thinks that they can still boss you around and tell you where to sit and what to do, that's difficult. I haven't got that, but I can see how that's difficult for some people. Yeah, it's a fair point, mate. Fair point. Who else is out here still? Who else is here? Frank, Tom Tombstone, I think he's still here. Farmar, I think he's probably still here in the background. I don't know about Jack Attack and some of the others. There's 9 people here, but only 3 talking. I don't know if Kev's still here. He hasn't said anything after the last time I said I wasn't sure if he was here. UK Richie's still lurking, okay. Colton, hello. Colton. Are you new, or is this I'm not recognizing the name because of YouTube switching from one name to another? Not sure where we are. It's throwing everything for a Burton, this thing with YouTube changing the display names on chat and comments. I'm sure I've embarrassed myself by not recognizing someone at some point because of the change. No, not off topic at all, mate. No. I can pick my ass, I can pick my hose, yeah, but I can't pick my family. I can see where that's going. Yeah. Careful what you say in public, though, mate. You never know. You might get a family member who's here. That's can number 2 finished on 3 hours 47. I'm a slow drinker sometimes, folks. What can I say? Hey, Tina. Can you hear Tina growling in the background? I think she's yawning or stretching. I popped up on your feed, so you're probably wondering what it's all about. You see the words TrampCast, and here I am. I am, as the title suggests, a tramp. Oh, camping, we don't use that word. I'm surviving. Been here 3 years in this particular field. I'm in a town called Torrevieja in Spain. I'm a homeless guy. Money in the bank, but my bank won't let me have my money, and therefore I'm stuck. There's also a police thing where they don't let me leave the country. So I can't get back to my country to get my money, and I can't get my money to sort out my legal thing, and it's catch-22, and it's all bollocks. But no, don't worry, mate. No, you're not to know. I mean, I am. I'm in a tent. So I'm in a tent in a field in a city called Torrevieja, which is on the southeast coast of Spain. Costa Blanca South, if that's got any familiarity. And we're just chatting. I do a program. Do I do a program? I used to do a program on Sundays called TrampCast, which I now kind of refer to as TrampCast proper, where I discuss the happenings in the last 7 days of my life. I'm kind of 3 months behind with that. I haven't done it in a while. Now we just kind of hang out and people come and we just talk. Anyone who's unaware can ask questions. What's it like being a tramp? How do you do this? How do you do that? Happy to answer those. I don't want it to get too boring and too repetitive for the guys that have been here a while. You know, the guys that have heard me explain these things 20 times. If you are interested, there is a video called TrampCast 001. So TrampCast, a space, and then the digits 001. And that was my first ever live stream. And I run through my whole background history, the who, how, when, where, why of ending up homeless and in a field in Spain, and how I survive in a field in Spain with no help from either the British government, the Spanish government, or the Torrevieja City Council. I get no official help from anything or anyone. It's which is why there normally would be a PayPal link at the top of the chat. I did a post at the top of chat, but YouTube wouldn't let me pin the comment at that time. I don't know if any of my mods are here. I don't know if they can see that very first comment in chat. I don't know if they can then pin it. I certainly can't. When I scroll back to the top of chat in the broadcasting interface, that first message isn't there anymore. It was when I first arrived, but I didn't think to try and pin it from here. When I posted it from in my channel and stuff, it wouldn't. When I clicked it and tried to pin, it said that function's not available right now. I don't know what that means. Technical glitch their end, maybe a glitch my end because of the power saving modes that I've got enabled. I don't know. But that's how I survive, from the PayPal donation link, because I get nothing official from nobody. In fact, the official people, the guy from the welfare came here and made my life worse by getting the police involved and getting me a criminal record. So that was nice. Okay, let me get this beer open, folks. It is Friday night. Well, it is now nearly 2 o'clock Saturday morning. 7 minutes to 2. So let's crack open beer number 3, yeah? Cheers. Cheers, folks. Oh, it was getting away while I was talking. And that one I slurped more down my moustache than in my mouth. Welcome to the TrampCast, said Frank, indeed. He's in Spain and we enjoy talking to this English bloke. Yeah, English bloke, trap. Skull, Tom, sorry. Skull, we got any Finns in? Kipis? Any French? Oh, Spanish, salud. Or we do the other one in Spanish. How'd it go? Here we go. You'll like this one. Arriba, abajo. A centro, pa dentro. Above, below, in the center, for inside. Something like that. Cheers. Favorite part about traveling? I haven't done much traveling. Here's the weird thing. My dog, who is literally cuddling me right behind me, but she's under the covers at the minute, getting warm, she's disabled. For the last 18 months, we didn't leave the field. Hardly. There's a main road at the top and there's one Chinese. Spain has this weird thing. Think Dollar Tree or Dollar, except they're all independent. Imagine an independent pound shop or dollar shop. They have these Chinese bazaars. Think Temu, but bricks and mortar. Except everything's more shit than Temu because there's no quality control. Or not even a pretense of quality control. I cross that road and once a week I'll buy a case of beer. Sometimes I'll buy a bag of, a giant bag, 24 rolls of poo bags for picking shit up. That's about the only place I've been. I've had friends bring me food. People who are on holiday might leave the country and bring me a bag full of whatever's left in their cupboards or their fridge. I've been to a supermarket once in the last year, and that was just last Friday, just a week ago. Haven't travelled, haven't been anywhere in ages. Even within Spain, I arrived in Torrevieja, and I've been like half an hour's drive up the road and 5 minutes drive down the road as a passenger in other people's cars. I don't drive, I don't have a car, otherwise I wouldn't be in a tent, I'd be in the car probably. So I haven't travelled much. I've been to America once, Vermont and New Hampshire, kind of on the border there somewhere. I couldn't tell you the name of the place I was at. That was a business thing, that was a work thing, with a company called Joomla Shack way back in the day. So no, not travelled much, don't know much about travel. I haven't travelled Spain at all, really. Just I came to Torrevieja in the 90s with my wife and in-laws, loved the place, and when life kind of turned to shit, I figured it would be nice to bring my pot of money in the bank and come out here and basically have my retirement years, but now was the idea. Come to Spain and have 5 or 5 to 10 years, depending on how I could eke my money out and make that last. Have a few years of enjoyable life here before the body starts to fall apart when you get 60, 65, whatever. Currently 57. The white beard makes me look older, but if I didn't have the white beard, my hair's not grey to any great extent. Blonde, it goes blonde in the sun. It bleaches. That's why it looks a little bit the way it does. I'm saying that and I'm sticking to that. I'm only greyed here downwards. But no, I figured I would just, and I'll tell you, so my wife split up from me, and now her body's kind of knackered. There's all sorts of arthritises and rheumatisms and this and that and diabetes. There's all these things, not diabetes, epilepsy, so you can go from fit and healthy to decrepit, and if you leave it too late, you don't get to enjoy those retirement years. If you get to the point where you can't walk up and down stairs, you basically can't move around anywhere. And you might only be late 50s or early 60s. And that's your retirement basically fucked, even if you've got money in the bank. So I decided to take a few years out and use that while I was young enough. And then maybe I would work through my retirement, start a business, employ other people, do whatever needed doing to earn money to survive to survive what should have been retirement. There are a lot of places won't let you carry on working, but there's nothing to stop you running your own business. So I figured I'd do that. I had a business before. I figured I'd do that some more. 3 years, I think, Frank. 3 years and 2 or 3 months in this field, 2 months in another field. So it's 3 years and 4 months since I became homeless. I was technically homeless before that, but then I stayed with a friend for 3 months. And I just found out last Friday that she died 6 months ago. Approximately 6 months. I didn't get an actual date. But the lady that I stayed with for 3 months, in between being actually homeless and really homeless, if you know what I mean. So I was thrown out of my apartment. When you can't get your money out of the bank, it gets difficult to pay your rent. But yeah, that was a shock last week, finding that out. But yeah, I've been here a while. Tom's still talking about the bikes scrambling in the country. Tom's got a Chino Bazaar on the corner of his... They're everywhere, mate. Yeah. Already got Crocs, long lights for the stove, wine opener batteries. Batteries for a weight scale. Cooking weight scale, yeah? Sounds like, yeah. I haven't got a weight scale. I don't even have a proper measuring cup at the minute. I got one that's marked with certain things, but I probably should get an actual weight scale. I probably should get some measuring cups as well at some point, just for if recipes are in Yankee Doodle Dandy measures. Where are you originally from? That's a complicated question. Oh, so I'm British, from the north of England, a place called Yorkshire. That's the county. Grew up, lived in a village outside a town called Barnsley. The village is called Darfield. And we jumped to the Pennines. So we went from Yorkshire over to Lancashire, who were kind of sworn enemies, in a joking kind of way, except for in the 15th century. Or was it 16th? When they were at war with each other for who should be the King of England. Lancaster won, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm from a coal mining village in the north of England, but then aged 15 we moved to a seaside town on the northwest coast of England. And I've lived at or around the seaside my entire life ever since. Loved the seaside when I was a kid. We used to go Bridlington, Scarborough, Filey, Whitby, all of those places on the east coast of England. Cleethorpes. Cleethorpes was a biggie. I don't know if I just mentioned it in the initial list. All of those places. But then we moved to a seaside town. And then I ran away from a seaside town to come and live in a seaside town in Spain. Literally, if I step out of my tent, I can see the sea. I'm more or less on a cliff top. I'm about 150 meters away from the edge, maybe 200. No, probably not 200. Somewhere between 100 and 150 in a straight line, but there's trees and things in the way, so I have to go around a little bit. But I'm close to the sea. Yeah, no, I don't know what else to say. Somewhere close to Sheffield and Rotherham, if I'm not much mistaken. That is true. You could go, if you were to go between Sheffield and Leeds, split the difference between the two, that would be Barnsley, and I'm 7 miles outside of Barnsley, a place called Darfield. Think deer, but replace the double E with an A. He's living basically as he can. Except for over time, I've built up quite the collection of electronics. An EcoFlow River 2, a solar panel, electric blanket, TV, which I never use, camping fridge freezer. Before that I had a cool box, but that turned out to be shit. It was an electric cool box, but it was rubbish. Thermo-electric whatever. My current fridge freezer has an actual compressor to do the job properly. Other electronics, tablets and phones that have been donated by people. Laptop donated by friends. Donated by you guys. What else? There's other stuff that I'm not even thinking of. I've got an electric fan that I've put away now. I use that all day, every day during summer. Lamps and lanterns and lights. Electric Christmas tree, which I haven't turned on because I'm in the middle of a bit of a power crunch. I've got potentially 5 more days with no sunshine when my life is solar powered. But yeah, it's I am in the middle of a crunch at the minute with power, but I seem to be doing okay. Surprisingly good. I'm not even, like I said, I've had an issue with the power indicator here. It could well just, it's telling me I've still got 46% on the EcoFlow. The other day it got to 40 and it all disappeared in the morning. So I don't know. Oh, not for cookery, it's for your herb. Okay. All right. Stockton in California. I don't know Stockton. Is that a town in its own right, or is it a district within another city? I'm not. My American geography ain't that bad, but Frank's in Vermont, if I remember correctly. Top end. right on the border. I love these stories as others are introduced to your channel. Colton. Oh, that's his handle with the random letters on the end, letters and numbers. He gets his power from a battery bank. He recharges with solar panels. Yeah, EcoFlow is the term. ECO and then the word flow. EcoFlow, and it's a River 2. Holds about 250 watt hours, give or take. I might be quoting a round number. It might be 256 or something daft. But it holds about a quarter of a kilowatt hour. Which is what, about half of it. What's a normal car battery? 100 amp hours times 12 volts. So that's a kilowatt hour, isn't it? Just over. But you want to get to, if you go lead acid, you want to get to use half of it when you're doing these things. So whether you want to call it half of a car battery or a quarter of a car battery, depends on your perspective. Usable power, it's half of a car battery. Yeah, you guys, how did you discover me? YouTube is random sometimes, isn't it? Sometimes it just throws stuff out there and you look at it and you think, oh, a tramp, what's that about? Talk to a tramp on a Friday night. TrampCast, what does that mean? Who's this guy? Most of these guys, a lot of these guys found me via a blog called Big Clive, bigclive.com on YouTube, where dot is spelt out, the letters DOT, all one, bigclive.com, all one word. And then there's another guy called Scruff Dog, who's in Big Clive's community, and a lot of us watched Big Clive, and Big Clive wasn't there for a little while, and so Scruff Dog stepped up and started streaming, and we watched him over there. So a lot of these guys are of a technical nature. Electricians and mechanics and auto parts distributors, and there's a lot of engineering stuff that's beyond me. But yeah, I watch an awful lot of preppers, woodcraft. Let's not mention Canadian prepper. I like a lot of his content, but he's away with the fucking fairies sometimes. There's a nuclear war every second weekend in his head. I guess I don't think he is really away with the fairies, but he's got a business to push. He sells a lot of the gear, so he has to draw attention to his shop, to his channel. Tom Tombstone thinks that I showed up at random when he was in Spain one time. Okay. I'm glad I found you. You don't have to call me sir. I used to work for a living. As we joke in the UK, where sirs are an actual thing, or knights, you might say, if you say it correctly. 45 minutes south of Sacramento. Okay. Sacramento I can place because of what's he called? The bloke that hunted Red John, Patrick Jane. What's the program called? The Mentalist. Do you see how fucking crazy my mind works? That was a fantastic TV program, by the way. He got to kill Red John twice, didn't he? The first Red John he killed wasn't the real Red John. If any of you have never watched The Mentalist, please do. Go give it a go. What's weird about it, episode 1, you got this guy who's not a policeman just working in with the police, and you don't get any fucking explanation. And it's the first episode of, I think it's season 3 or season 4, where you get the backstory. I mean, it all gets mentioned along the way. His wife was killed and he wanted to help hunt down and get involved. And he's got all these skills. good memory and good natural deductive work or inductive, whichever. That whole Sherlock Holmes conversation about whether it's deduction or not, and it's usually not in his case, it's induction. Anyway, let's not go there. That's a tangent from a tangent. But yeah, no, to not get the introduction, you don't get like a proper pilot, or at least not with a set of them I downloaded. It literally was the first episode of season 3 or season 4 that you got the backstory. I thought it was quite incredible. Random. Has my chat frozen, or have you guys gone quiet again? Maybe you're just not into the mentalist. I switched to top chat. Live chat, folks. You have to have live chats. Anyone who arrives late, don't let YouTube keep you on the default, which is top chat. Here we go. Look, there's a load of... Yeah, look, my chat had frozen. I've got to go back. So here we were. Is it technical? Is it survival? Both. So random. Glad I found you, sir. That was the last one I saw. Oh no, Tommy Tombstone. I think your channel showed up when I was in Spain. That's the last. Big Clive is a great guy. Absolutely love his videos. Yeah, me too. Once he gets onto the circuit diagrams, I don't always... Oh, this is a noise suppression and blah, blah, and this... I don't know what half of this stuff is. But, Ave, Arduino versus Evil. I think that stood for originally, didn't it? He was a big player as well in the algorithm. Is Ave the one with the squeaky voice? Australian or New Zealand, maybe. Or maybe that's another guy. I haven't seen him in a little while. The one I'm thinking of with the squeaky voice. Don't get your dick in a vice. Well, there you go. What's your favourite movie? Oh, mine are off the wall. You've probably never heard of them. My favourite movie is called Man from Earth. Potted. No spoilers. Try not to spoil the real fucking surprise. I don't think you can. I don't think you can tell the story of this movie without spoiling it. Guy's packing his pickup truck, and some of his friends. He's a university lecturer, college lecturer, and friends are coming up to him. Why are you leaving? You can't leave. You've got you. Everyone loves your teaching. He's a history teacher, and he really, let's just say, he really knows his subject. And they're all asking, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? Oh, it's just I do this every 10 years or so. I move on. He says, not thinking. And then they're like, you're 30. How many fucking 10 years have you had? Big clue. Hold that in mind. And as he's loading his pickup truck, the art teacher spots a picture that is loaded on the truck. And she picks it up and has a look. And she says, fuck, that doesn't half look like a Van Gogh. Or Picasso, I can't remember which, but you know, one of the biggies. She's like, fuck. And she's the art teacher. She's, no, she said, this is not a print. The brush strokes and the she says, is this like some kind of reproduction or forgery? She said, I've never seen this picture before, but I'd almost swear that was original. And he laughs at her, ha ha ha. And then another guy, a geology guy, picks up this stone, and it's an ancient fucking hand axe. You know, one of the first stone tools. And the conversation goes on, and they go inside and they're talking, and they say, come on, what's the story? So he sits them down and he says, okay. He says, I've never told anyone this before, but I like you guys. I'm gonna trust you. He says, imagine you're born a long time ago, and You just don't die. And the story builds from there. And they say, well, how old do you think you are? He says, well, best I can tell, he says, because we didn't count, we didn't have all of that. Having read up afterwards about the Neolithic and the Mesolithic and I think I'm about 14,000 years old. And oh fuck. And the literary teacher, oh, this is a book, isn't it? This is a sci-fi story you're writing. I like the premise. Keep working at it. And he's like, all right, have it like that. And then they find some of these other things, some of these other possessions, and they start thinking, hold on, we've got this ancient hand axe, we've got this. He met fucking Picasso or whoever it was. And the story builds from there. Then the religious teacher says, well, assuming this story's true, have you ever met anybody important in history? He says, yes. As I was traveling east, I met a really wise man, and I spent 20 years with him and trained with him, and I liked everything that he said. Buddha. And they keep going with the story. Have you ever met anybody else from religion? It turns out he's not met anyone else from religion. He was somebody else from religion. And that's as much as I'm going to say. Man from Earth, go watch it. That's your homework for this week. Man from Earth, fantastic movie. It's a sci-fi story, no special effects, no sci-fi, no nothing. Oh, I missed one point. The guy's name is John Oldman. And obviously everyone realizes that his surname is a pun. Old man. And half of them don't believe him, and there's some other stuff goes on, and then at the end they get proof. But that's, you got to watch it, folks. Best film ever. Oh yeah, there's also Tina. Let me move forward because I went off on a monologue there, and you've all been talking. Farmer has to be off. We'll be back later if you're on. We're already off after 4. The mission was to achieve 4 hours so that YouTube process it within a quarter of an hour, and live chat will be available for anyone who wants to watch it back. Failing that, it took about 18 hours last time. I finished on 3.5 hours. It was literally 18 hours before they finished processing all the different resolutions and bit rates and synchronizing live chat playback or whatever they call it. Catch you later, Farmer, if I don't see you, if I'm not still on later when you get back. The other day I went for morning coffee. The sugar packet they gave me had a Gurdjieff quote. Gurdjieff. Is that a person? If there's a quote, that's going to be, I don't know what a Gurdjieff is. Stood among wolves, your only choice is to howl along. Okay. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, I guess. For a second there, I thought you were talking about the Account movie there with Ben Affleck. Fuck, I hope not. The Account, was it called The Account or The Accountant? No. I'll watch it, thanks for the recommendation. There was another really, really good film that I caught around the same time, and it's called, I think it's called The 13th Floor. Might be 19th. Sorry, folks. Just scratching the balls. Oh, not really scratching. I've been sat in such a way that the undies have been pulled. I'm slouching. The trousers and the undies, I've garroted the testes, and the fabric's really digging into the inside of the crotch, you know, the thigh joint or whatever, hip joint. Yeah, but I think it's called The 13th Floor. It's about downloading your consciousness into a game character in a simulation. But one of the game characters discovers he's in a simulation. And then one of the guys that's gone from our world into discovers that the real world is a simulation. That's a good one as well. It's either called the 13th floor or the 19th, and that might be with the numbers, with the numerals rather than the word. You'd have to check whatever downloading or searching software, wherever you are. If you don't find it one way, try the other. Oh, rain. I wonder if I've closed my doors properly. My outer door just here is really bad. It zips down all the way on both sides, but there's nothing across the bottom. The zips don't come across. It comes down, it kind of stops. Then there's a loose flap, and there's some Velcro just on the left and the right, nothing in the middle. So when it's windy and blowing, and the other thing is, part of the, not security, but part of the weatherproofing of that door is that the inner door, which is like a fly mesh, that one does zip all the way around. But that's broke because disabled dog drags her ass over the bottom edge. So that being broken means that the some of the fastening or fixing, some of the security, if you will, of the outer door is now compromised. So I have had nights where I wake up and the tent's kind of flooded inside, not because there's tears or rips, but because the door comes down carrying all the water off the roof, but then just deposits the water inside if the wind has blown that bottom flap in. That's a bit annoying. Gordy Jeff, an Armenian or Georgian-born mystic, esotericist, yeah, philosopher. Famous, does that say For the Fourth Way? I don't know it. Don't judge me, but it's Kids from 1995. I got no idea what that is. I watched it when I was 16, and art met my life. And he's asking whoever asked him what his favourite was. I haven't heard of Kids. Tomorrow when I watch this back, I will make notes and add any other suggestions people make to my list. But those are my two favourites: Man from Earth and I think 13th Floor. And the girl in it, oh, what was she called? Something Moll. M-O-L is the surname, not Amy Moll. Very pretty with very nice eyes. Not that just one pretty lady is a reason to watch a film, guys. Except for those other kind of films. A pretty lady can be a reason to watch those other ones. But let's not go there. Let's keep it family friendly. You never know, there might be ladies present. Maybe those are the lurkers. Excuse me. It's on his list. Colton has influenced Tom to add. Was it already on your list, Tom? Or are you saying that Colton has now got you to add it to your list? Look at the roof blowing around. And the lights. So we've got rain. They've been promising it was supposed to rain all day today, according to the weather forecast. I am just going to have to undo my belt. My belt snapped the other day, and the only part that's left is about 3 notches too tight. So it's kind of strangulating my entire bottom half of my body. Oh, hey, babe. Are you going to wake up and say hello to the peoples? I'm just going to adjust the fabric down there. Oh, quick scratch. Oh, just where it was digging into the skin. Oh, don't worry. Nothing untoward, folks. It is just a scratch. Hey, baby. You're just in time to say hello to Colton. Give us a second. There is no light on the reverse camera, on the whatever that camera's called, for fuck's sake. I don't know. Whoa, stay steady. I'm going to turn that up to. I'm going to turn that one up to full. I'll put it here if I can. I will move it once I've got the camera over. Meet Tina. Anyone who's new here or who wasn't here earlier. So I'm going to move. She's very close to me. Hey, babe. Hey. Say hello to the people. So you really don't like it when I bring the light over or shine light on you, do you? You were all cuddles and affection a minute ago. Now you're all stoic and don't give a fuck. Let me try again. Oh no, there's not enough light now. Look, you've moved and the lamp's moved. How's that? Difficult. Yeah, she looks bigger than reality. It's almost like the built-in camera is zoomed into double when it's not. It's on its base setting. Hey, babe. That's nice. Oh yeah. Come here. I missed because I'm navigating by the camera rather than reality. Hey, can I'll give you a cuddle between the eyes and then the eyebrows because you like that. But again, I'm not watching in reality. I'm steering via the camera, and that makes me miss. Here we go, darling. Okay, I'll leave you alone now. You go back to bed. Hey, what's this? Oh, that's my belt. Okay. Okay, folks, that's Tina. For anyone new, my disabled doggy. We have a wheelchair for her. A doggy chariot, as we call it in these parts. And we use it for longer walks, not for 5-minute walks down the road. So her ablutions throughout the day tend to be done just by me putting a belt under her waist, wrapping it tight around my hand and arm, and carrying her back end off. That's the wrong fucking dickhead. Hold on. I put the A to C cable in the tablet when that's meant to go in the lamp, and that's supposed to go on the medium setting, not the high. Okay, that lamp, we have to be careful. It has a habit of attacking the it attacks the beer, unbelievably. Where's this at? This is the proper one for this. Here we go. It's all a bit of a mess, folks. You are just connected to basically a battery box that's sat on the edge of my bed with 2 or 3 cables, whatever random cables I picked up at the time. Let's have a look. What are you drinking? Whatever cheap beer the shop had. Emsbrouw. Lager. I'm not normally a lager drinker, but when in Spain, you can't get a nice pint of bitter, or at least you can't get a nice can of bitter at any decent price. For bitter, read ale. Or IPA is about as close. I don't know what other translations you might want. I'm just looking. What's the alcohol on this one? 33 centiliters. This is only 4.5 by volume. Crappy beer, but only a 12 pack of beer is €3.70. 3.72, I think it was. I do got a dog, yeah. Who framed Roger Rabbit? I don't remember. I remember what it was, but I don't remember it. I don't remember the storyline or anything. I remember it was big at the time because of the animations and Bob, was it Hoskins? Bob Hoskins was at the peak of his career. And then there was she called Jennifer Rabbit. The sweetest doggy daddy, I don't know about that. I'm the best doggy daddy Tina's got. This is true. But you wouldn't think that after you saw me carrying her up and down the road. I can get a bit snippy and short with her. Parents think that anything that's animated or got animation in it is a kids movie or a kids program. South Park and stuff. Simpsons started as like a late night thing, didn't it, on the Tracy Ullman show? But it's an animation, and therefore it's for kids. What was the Beatles film? One of the Beatles films was all animation, and it involved naked women. They were in were they in a bus or a submarine? And they're driving around between the boobs and down between the legs and all over. I don't know. My parents were suddenly surprised when we were watching that one night. It's a long time ago. I don't remember the details. What breed is your dog? Una mezcla, a mixture. Street dog. Looks to be mainly kind of Labrador-esque. Sometimes I think possibly a hint of, let me get this one right, Doberman, isn't it, with the ears that are up. Now Tina has one ear up, one ear down, but something about the shape of the ears reminds me of Doberman. But she's far too docile for that. On the whole, she's a little bit 50-50 with other dogs though, so maybe, I don't know. But you'd have to watch some of the earlier videos where she was on her feet and I had to tie her to things because she was such a bugger. But she ruined my first tent, didn't she? I tied her to a heavy log, which was heavy enough to stop her running 90% of the time. But then somebody came down, walking down the field. Some nice person came to bring me some food or something, and Tina ran at them and she dragged the fucking log. This log that normally she couldn't move, but when she got excited, she ran and this log came running behind her and it ripped all along the bottom of the tent. A rip all along one wall. Yeah, you want to see the video I did about 30 seconds after it happened? I was not fucking happy with the little bugger. And, you express your anger in the moment. I got all the usual fucking do-goodery. It's, don't blame the dog, it's your fault, you did it. You think I don't fucking know that, really, internally, but it doesn't stop me expressing the fucking, it's the place I live, it's my shelter, and suddenly it's got a rip down the entire fucking length on one side. Doesn't matter how it happened, I'm not going to be fucking happy, am I? So we have our moments, like any relationship, it has its ups and downs, its arguments, but it also has its cuddles. Lots and lots of cuddles and kisses. Karen's back, like Scooby-Doo with ears. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get her from the streets, but that's the mixture. That's what she kind of is. No, so in a place further south, the next region down, she basically knocked on someone's door one day. The story as I've heard it is she was hanging around an area and she spotted a family one day, mum and kids, whatever. And Tina was very, very thin, looked almost starving to death. And a few days after, so she's walked past and she's seen these kids and they're all, oh, look, doggy, whatever. A few days later, Tina knocks on their door with her head. And when they open it and the dog's knocking on the door, Tina kind of went in. And they recognized that she was in need, some kind of distress, overly thin. They fed her for a few days. They contacted the local dog pound, dog sanctuary, whatever you want to call it. Alberg is one word they use around these parts. They contacted that kind of place, and they said, look, we can look after this dog for maybe a couple of weeks, but we can't have a dog. We can't keep a dog. And the Alberg said, well, thank you very much. That's a big help. Took some details, took some photos, put it on Facebook, and a lady in this area was looking for a dog to have alongside her other dog, as long as it worked out. But her original dog was quite aggressive, so she wanted one to kind of try and calm it down. She tried it for a few weeks, it didn't work, and so she printed these leaflets. And she printed 200 leaflets, set off to walk around. It's a picture of Tina with a Father Christmas hat on. It was early December. And she set off to walk with these 200 leaflets to hand them out and see if she could find a new home for Tina. And I was the first person she gave a leaflet to. The lady sat at the next table. We got talking. Every time I looked around, Tina's looking at me. There was just this thing, this connection. Everyone saw it. Everyone noticed it. Someone in the field said, if you don't take that dog, I'm never talking to you again. I tentatively said yes, but I'd had a few beers, so we left it till the next day. And I went straight down the shop and bought all the gear. Sorry, I'm for those of you that have been in here a while tonight, you're hearing this for the second time tonight. But that was it. I took Tina probably the second week in December. So any time now, it's probably a couple of days ago, 9 years ago, a couple of days ago. December 2016. She was fine then. All her legs and everything worked. She was like a greyhound when she ran. She was so fast, and I only know this because she ran away from me a few times initially. Fuck, she was like a rocket. If something frightened her or something, another dog tried to attack her, she was over the horizon within about 5 seconds. She was just gone, out of sight, gone. Ran away with me a few times. The third or fourth time, she actually ended up at the dog pound. The times before that, she'd just come strolling along back to the park. She'd find her way back to the guy that opened the kiosk had the hot dog sausages that he used to feed her. And when he opened up one morning, she just came straight. She'd been gone all night. I've been worried sick. And he phones me and he says, oh, she's here. She just kept, when I opened up, as soon as I opened the door of the kiosk, she just came strolling up and wanted a hot dog. Little bugger. But, yeah. Favorite band? Oh, God. I'm so eclectic with music, so many things. I don't really do favorite bands. In terms of, I would really like my 50s and 60s music, I guess. So proper singers. I guess Elvis, Roy Orbison, Johnny Cash. I guess Carpenters. I mean, Karen Carpenter had the most superb voice. Probably the most superb voice of everybody. Shame she died so young. Carole King. So individual singers. This was back when singers had to be good, not just distinctive. Nowadays, the singers that people name, they have a distinctive voice, but not necessarily a good or great voice. Righteous Brothers, my God, Righteous Brothers back in the day. Jesus. When people analyse Unchained Melody, when the guys that do auto-tune, so auto-tune machines have two modes. One is just to monitor and like graph how on the fucking nose they are, and one is to do the auto-tune. And nowadays, they don't even do it and create a record. They can do it live while the guy's singing with an audience and shit. When they run, what was he called? Bobby somebody or other, the little blonde guy. When they run Unchained was it Unchained Melody? Basically, it was a solo with the little blonde guy. When they run that through the analysis, he's bang on every single fucking note. 50 years before auto-tune was kind of invented. So there isn't even a chance that it was dicked about with. In fact, they're doing it, they're analysing a live recording of him on a TV show. And he had a cold that night. Just to add a bit of extra. There's a fucking voice. Definitely Bobby someone or other in it. I'm just trying to remember whether it was definitely Unchained Melody. I think it was. The other guy sang You Lost That Loving Feeling. Bill Medley, was it? Bill Medley was the other guy. Bobby. I keep wanting to say Bobby Vinton, but that's not right. That's somebody else. That was my age. But I could go Gene Pitney, Neil Sedaka, a lot of the others. Later, what 70s or 80s? Blondie were a great band. I go a bit quiet then. I'm not really. I think I got lost with 80s music. It was very poppy. It was all. I enjoyed 80s music. Who had a great voice? Who were great singers? I would struggle. I mean, I loved some of the Bananarama. Later on, Kylie Minogue. Look, I love the poppy stuff, but I'm not going to sit here and say that they're the greats. I liked Boy George and Culture Club. Again, my gaze showing a bit in it. I'm not, for anyone in any doubt, but we were talking earlier about Christmas movies and stuff, Hallmark Christmas movies in particular, or that type of slushy rubbish. I love that. I love Elvis films. So I got a bit of a gay kink to some of the things I like. Bands. I'm not really. I get lost around there, I think. I like a lot of music, but would I say it was great and that I really like it? I would struggle. Once you hit the 80s, 90s and onwards. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't know if I can add anything else to that. Frank's talking with Karen. Okay, his cats are brothers and sisters. Adorable. Finding them cuddled up together. That's nice. Yeah, Karen's big with the doggies. Oh, this is a sad one, folks. It would be if I could remember names. Roger, that was here earlier. DJ Son was here right at the start. One of his dogs has just pupped, and I can't remember how many she had, but she keeps sitting on them and losing them. He's not sure he's going to have any left in the end. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's a fact of life that every now and again that animals that have litters, animals that churn them out 6 or 8 or 10 at a time. Often it's a thing with pigs as well, isn't it? Mum rolls over in her sleep or whatever and wakes up and has killed half of them in the night. And I think this has happened with Roger's dog. Unfortunate, very, very sad. Hold on. The Tragically Hip from Kingston, Ontario. Don't know. Like Cruel, Cruel Summer, Bananarama, yeah? I don't know I don't know Tragically Hip. Gordie Downey had an amazing voice, and his last concert literally brought all of Canada together. It wasn't pop, it was from the heart. That's an unknown on me. This is interesting. The way that you can have kind of stars in a specific country and other people never get to hear about them. Like how Matey Boy from Take That never conquered America. Robbie Williams. Even though he had that big hit with, what was the actress? Was she married to Tom Cruise? The New Zealand lass. Was it? Days of Thunder, ginger hair. What's she called? I think that was the right actress that he had the hit with. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something crazy like, I love you. I've got K. Where have I got K from? Fairly sure New Zealand. New Zealand, redhead, married to Tom Cruise. Somebody with a computer. I haven't got anything available to me other than that. I turned the phone off to save power. Karen's off. She needs sleep. Catch you all later. Pitbull and the Husky mix. Wow. Forgive me, but you guys are travellers. What does that mean? Travellers as in gypsies? Don't think we've got any gypsies in here. If that's where you were going. Do you mean Romany? Or do you just mean jippos who tarmac roads and rob everyone in the local area? Oh. Or do you just mean people who travel from country to country? I just farted. I don't know if I hope no one heard. But I thought just in case they did, I would share the news. So in England, traveller is a euphemism for Romany gypsy. Or sometimes just for the gypsies that aren't Romany. Although we have other words when we're not being so polite. I lived on a gypsy caravan site once when I was a kid. Nicole Kidman, it was indeed. Groundhopper Hoppy steps out of the shadows. Robbie Williams and Nicole Kidman. I'm not sure why they were singing that together. It must have been something to do with a film or something, I assume. But they had a hit. I think a #1, certainly in Britain. Then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like, I love you. And he still didn't crack America. Most Americans have still never heard of Robbie Williams. And then he did an autobiographical film, so a film about his life, where his character was played by a monkey, or he animated his face as a monkey, or did some sort of fucking... You'd have thought that would have got some attention. Okay, now you can say homeless. I think I'm the only one here that's homeless. Oh, Roger, when he's here, Roger's homeless. DJ Son. He's squatting in a former petrol station, as I understand things. I don't think anyone else... There's my mate Ryan Vitruvium. He's not here tonight, I don't think. I haven't seen him so far. He's in a van. He's doing the van life thing. Again, as I understand it, I don't fully know all the details, ins and outs of other people's lives. Although he has visited me here a couple of times. And bought me a few bits and pieces. A grater and a sieve. And some other things. And he advised me on buying the fridge freezer. The camping fridge freezer. Excuse me. I got that duck burp again. Yeah, you don't have to mince your words here, mate. You're not going to offend anybody by saying the wrong word. We just got lost with traveller, gypsy, gitano in Espanol. But we're not really. Those would really be Romany. Most of these guys are normal guys with lives and houses and jobs and all the good stuff. Me and one or two others. Like I said, Roger, DJ Son, and Ryan Vitruvium are the only ones. I think a few others have said, I was homeless once, or I was this, or I was that. One guy, called Sven, who sends me, I'm going to say regularly. I think it's about 10 months out of the year. I think it's when he gets his pension, he sends me a little bit. And I asked, well, why? What do I do to be so lucky to get a regular payment? Like I said, it's not every month. It's the month he gets a payment. So if he's getting paid 10 times a month, I get a little donation 10 times a year, not 10 times a month. But I asked, why? What? He says, well, I was almost homeless once, or I think he said almost. Maybe he was for a short period. So that's a big thing with some people that help. They've either been there or been on the brink of being there, almost been there. I've had some people ask me for advice because they think that it might happen to them in the next month or two. What can they do to prepare? What should they do? What you know? Yeah, no, it's. Sorry, I'm from You don't need to be sorry for being from California. I mean, there's probably lots to be sorry for, but we won't hold it against you. Don't know terms from. Just homeless is homeless. You wouldn't cause offence with anyone by just saying homeless. Tom is travelling. He's from Norway. He's travelled all the way down through Europe and around. He went to the UK for a rave, and then he travelled down through, I think, France and Spain. But at some point he was in Germany, I think he said. Travel in the traditional meaning, technically homeless, but still with fallback options. Wouldn't associate with true gypsies. The thing with true gypsies is it's not that you wouldn't associate with them, it's that they wouldn't associate with you. They're very much an in crowd. Ground Hoppy. Have you got a real name there, pal? I've been homeless before. Yeah, a lot of people have. A lot of people either have or have been close enough to understand the worry and the. See, I will say now, 3 years in, I don't know how to be homeless. My friend Joby travels around. Well, he did. His bike got stolen. He's stuck now, last I heard. But he went off on a pilgrimage, whatever the word it is that they use around here. It's the same word as roads or certain roads or paths or causeways. What's the word? In Espanol. I'm not going to get it. I'll remember it tomorrow, probably. But he went off on his travels, and he could just set up his tent overnight and then get back on his bike the next day and move on. I went in a different direction. I went big and obvious. 6 meters by 3 meters. The last tent was 7 meters by 3 meters. So I have downsized a little bit. I think it's bigger than 3. It might have been 7 by 4. It was definitely wider than this. I could get out of the side of the bed with the last one. This one I have to bum shuffle and get off the end. I went big and obvious and just sit there, and when the police told me to move on, I said no. Which caused a bit of friction for quite a while. A few revisits and things. Until it was established this land was private and nothing to do with the police. The owner hasn't complained. So we're okay for now. But if I had to pack this lot up, it would probably kill me. When the last tent broke and we were putting this one up, it took me 3 days just to empty it. And even then I had to have 2 people help me on the last day. Then we put the tent up and then we got started putting it back. But 7 months later, I still haven't brought everything back inside. Some of it's still out in the fucking field. Steve, are you a Steve that I already know and you've changed handle, or are you a new Steve, a new to me Steve? I'm a bit lost with Google changing these handles, these names in chat. Frank has lived in his truck and crappy hotels in and out for a while. Okay. Just a person without a home. Homeless is fine. That's a word that will just work. A gypsy is technically to a person of Indian extraction by way of Romania. If I remember correctly, historically, hundreds of years in the making, would be Romany and later gypsy. New to me. Okay, so I've popped up at random in your stream. That's nice. Okay, folks. Coming up on 5 hours. I think we'll probably call it quits in 5 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. The numbers of the viewers are falling. We're down to 6, so maybe we are just running out of steam, and maybe I'm just boring you all. 21 thumbs up. If there's anybody here that hasn't hit the thumbs up, it's always appreciated. If you're new here, maybe don't hit subscribe until you've watched a few other videos. Consider subscribing, but maybe wait till you've seen some of the others. Sometimes I get a little bit political. Sometimes I get a little bit sweary. That might not be for everybody. You know, viewer discretion is advised. Maybe subscribe temporarily, see what shows up in your feed, and watch a few, and you can always unsubscribe later on down the line. It seems like every time I hit 1,666 subscribers, it then falls back down to 1,663. I can't get past 1666, the 3 sixes, the Great Fire of London, 1666. I can't get past that. It keeps haunting me and dragging me back to 1663. It's like I'm a time traveler or something. You okay, babe? I think she's just had, you know, those leg jerks, myoclonic leg jerks. The whole body just and the legs just kicked me. But she's not dreaming. She's not. I like the ones where she's running in a, because she can't run in real life. When she's running in her dreams and she's hammering away at me. I mean, I wake up bruised in the morning, but I like it for some reason. It's fun. I don't mean I'm not kinky or something. You know. It's just, I like the fact that she's having a nice run in her sleep. Well, that doesn't sound good. Someone traveling too fast down the road, and something screeching. How do I message you? Hit that like. Okay, folks. We're on 54 hours 57 on my counter. It will be different in real life, look. 2 minutes away there, 3 minutes away here. We've had a couple of outages. If you want to message somebody via YouTube, you've got to go to their channel, youtube.com/ and then the name that you see here, I think, isn't it? With the @ youtube.com/ @ and then their name. Go to their channel and respond to a video or something. Say hello over on one of their videos in comments. Or you can do emails, and don't be passing private details in a public channel like this. But once you can find each other, you should be able to find a way to communicate if you so choose. On my videos, if anybody wants to contact me for any reason, in the description you'll find an email address. There's also an actual postal address for sending me things, which nobody has ever done. All those times everyone says, how can I mail something to you? I finally find a way to do it through IT-Post or IT-Post or however they're called, and nobody does it. It's incredible, all the grief I got. What can we do? What can we do? How can I send you something? And all the details you need are there in the description, along with a whole bunch of playlists for different things, sunrises and sunset and general nature stuff, police interactions. I've got videos of police interactions or my recollections in the immediate aftermath of police interactions, sometimes while the bastards are still here on site. I'll be sat in my chair saying, what a bunch of cunts, they've just come out at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning, they're doing, and they'll still, you'll be able to hear them behind me, still stood in the fucking camp. You've got the live stream where they pulled all the tent pegs out, shook the tent, threatened to shoot the dog, this, that, and the other, stole all my belongings illegally because it's not their land, it's not public land. They had no right to come onto private land and take my belongings away. I got all these playlists, and there's maybe 10, 15. Tramp versus Storm. is another good one. I can't even remember them all, folks. There's so many. So many playlists. I don't even update half of them anymore. I forget. But I always like the videos. They're usually in the nature playlist. The ones where I go to the cliff tops and watch the sunrise. Sometimes they're a bit slow. If the sun gets caught behind a cloud, once it's above the horizon but still behind clouds, then it can take a bit longer to get up and get visible. You can always play them at 1.5 speed or jump forward. Various playlists, contact details in the description. PayPal donate link in the description, even though it didn't make it to get pinned in chat this time. Help a tramp out if you're in a position to, but only if you're in a position to, and don't go silly. We don't want massive donations. A $5 here, a $10 there, in whatever flavour of currency you're operating in. Okay, folks, where are we? We are on that 5-hour mark. I will not be able to leave you in the manner to which you've been accustomed. I don't think I can do a goodbye from Tina. Her head is sticking out of the tent. Maybe I'll try. She might object again, though, to me waking her up with a lamp. Let's see what we can do, folks. Thank you for joining me tonight and seeing the weekend in. Sunday night, my time. Central European time. Sunday night, 10 o'clock, maybe. That's even more precarious than this because of power. I'm expecting 2 days with no sunshine and lots of rain. If I'm not there, it's because I've got no power or not enough power. Tonight, just to update you, we started on 50, let's say we start on 55% on the EcoFlow. We're down to 44. I said if we got to 30, I would have called it quits. I thought we'd have got there a lot sooner than this. I'm not sure I entirely trust the numbers at the minute, but the numbers that I've got are the numbers that I've got. Okay, folks, let me just scroll down quickly. Okay, take care, DM Tina and chat. Yeah, take care, everybody. Let's. I got to unplug. I think I wanted to make this work. I think I have to unplug both the lamp and this. Let's see what I can do. Bear with me, folks. It'll be a bit slower than normal, a bit more precarious. Can you see her? That's the back of it. No, there's a snout. There we go. The snout and the back of her head. I think she's sniffing my jumper and my snood, my scarf. Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. That was a bit fucked up.